learn how to do more crime in front of a cable TV, instead of getting treatment and programs and various involvement with the community they were about to return to. The Day Reporting Center is a place where probation people provide services, where there's an element of security in that if you don't show, they go get you. Then you see the high route. But that the security is not the issue there, because there's lightweight people with lightweight crimes who need treatment, anger management, alcohol, drug, that kind of stuff. So those two buildings went up, Day Reporting Center and a drunk driving jail in Pittsburgh, but no new jail. Now, in terms of your scope of services, we will be doing system-wide interviews. Everybody who's running something in your criminal justice system, and we'll be doing a profile, who's in there, a snapshot, and a tracking analysis. How do they flow through the system? And the tracking analysis is designed to test or evaluate just how efficient police to prosecutor to courts to jail or prison is for looking at average length of stay. For all you know, you may be able to do with one new jail, one old jail, only one. Maybe you need two new ones. We don't know. But the average length of stay will dictate a lot of that, because it kind of drives demand. You wouldn't think that the number of days it takes a police department to get a report to the DA, or the number of days it takes the DA to screen it or the public defender to screen it, would add to jail crowding, but it does very much so. We will be looking at your collaboration, your alternatives to incarceration. You've got some good ones already, whether you can use new ones or other ones that would be more effective. We'll be looking at all kinds of policies and procedures throughout your system. Again, as if it were a wet towel, we'll assume the worst and try to squeeze it down and see how efficient could this system run, and what is the demand that remains if you do certain things to make it run more efficiently than it does. We will follow with an action plan, which would be the document you could hand to your architects. Once you pick from the options, we'll give you options. The options will not just be one building or one set of procedures and policies. It'll be 2 or 3 groups of options that you can choose between, but they'll be ranked, they'll be scored based on certain values that we get from talking to you, from the jail planning team, and from the citizen test. We'll look at medical and mental health, because those are the ones that cost you litigation-wise and more staff than regular staff. We'll be looking at the booking environment, how fast you book, how quickly you get to pretrial release for those who are going to get out anyway, and how good you are at spotting high risk by looking at your classification system to make sure it's really judging or evaluating or assessing risk of danger to your community. We'll be looking at the special populations as well. Now, in the analysis, we're looking for what are you missing, what could you use that would make you a better system. We'll be doing space use forecast for the Sheriff's Department, who's looking for a facility plan for its offices, and that will have to do with the projections of staff growth, the various functions, the location that they are in now, what would be an ideal cost-effective facility solution for the Sheriff's Department housing. It's all about money, these studies. It may look like it's about a building, but it's all about money. I noticed out on the map in the hallway that a little more than 200 years ago, this county collected a total of $61.61 in taxes. So that ought to give you some perspective on the curve that we're on here. We will talk to everybody. We will meet with everybody. We'll hold some separate community meetings in Rantoul and in, did I pronounce that right? Rantoul. Rantoul.
Close.
Close, but no cigar, and Mohammed. How about that?
There you go.
Oh, good. But we see those as sort of 2 areas besides the central Champaign-Urbana area. We'll probably hold 4 community meetings, 2 out there and 2 down here, trying to get the flavor of the entire county. If you're anything like Dane County, you're more liberal in the core and more conservative in the outlying area. Everybody nodding now. I didn't get this degree in city planner for nothing. So you need to look at the whole picture, okay? We'll work closely with the justice system agencies, but we don't salute. I think that's important. We know a lot about criminal justice. We know a lot. It's hard for a board of county commissioners to manage a criminal justice system. It's half your budget, and it's hard to manage. We will provide the technical know-how for you to make management or policy decisions over this system, and it won't be with a flavor that comes from the West Coast or the East Coast, what they often call the left coast. It will come from you and those community meetings mostly. Let me talk to you a bit about our staff, two of whom will say a few words to you as well here. Didn't bring my glasses. That was a big mistake. Okay, you've already met me, and I've told you about the design partnership. That's a California architect that competes very, very favorably with the three architects who are about to follow me. They're a national architect. They're not located in Champaign. They have no connections here and no investment in building or not building. They're oriented towards planning. However, they built award-winning jails. Most important, they were responsible for a jail in Martinez, California, that was the first direct supervision jail in the country, and they're widely known for that. NIC has recognized them. They've built award-winning jails elsewhere. We've done jails that won awards in Caddo Parish, Louisiana. We did a prison in Las Lunas out of an old building in New Mexico, became a modern prison, won an award. That's the architectural subcontractor. On the primary consulting team, Dave Vorhees is a legend in his own time, Mr. Jail in this country. He started the Pony program. How many, did you guys go to the Pony program? Okay. He started that program way back. He developed all the materials, the curriculum. Congress evaluated that program at $400,000 in savings for every single federal dollar going into that program. That's a pretty good cost-benefit ratio. And Dave Vorhees has been in probably 500, 600 jails in various capacities as a consultant. Crucially, he's an expert in staffing. You don't want to hire an architect to build a jail or remodel a jail without a staffing plan on the table and the cost of it, because that's the big banana in the whole ballgame, staffing. Dave was the police chief in Boulder, Colorado for many years. He was the undersheriff in Boulder County, Colorado. And then he ran the Boulder jail, which was this direct supervision jail, made out of a regular jail, but remodeled program-wise, not physically, and was recognized by NIC as so effective that they moved their jail center to Boulder, National Institute of Corrections Jail Center. Tom Eberly is a criminal justice planner, head of public safety in Mecklenburg. He's a young data whiz who knows how to do all kinds of projections and population studies. We're concerned about your data here. We need somebody who's very strong, to be able to use a booking log as well as a printout to do projections and profile. Brian Tower, can you hear me, Brian? Hello. Okay, well, Brian is on vacation. We're not sure we're going to hear from him. Brian is a legend as well. Brian is a law professor. He was a career prosecutor in California for 30 years. He headed the Governor's Blue Ribbon Commission on Jails. He's the lawyer who went to work for the Department of Corrections in California and basically put up the 58 maximum security prisons that we built in the last 40 years in California. He's very familiar with the building, the running, and the managing of criminal justice systems, and particularly effective in court, prosecution, and defense. And interestingly enough, he's a techie. So he's a whiz with databases and integrating data. Again, we're concerned about the data availability in your county and the lack of integration between the silos. Can the police department talk to the jail without having to go paper and delay about various statuses of various cases? Vicki Markey was the Deputy Director of Probation in San Diego County up until a few years ago, a legend herself in developing alternatives to incarceration and in the use of risk. Hello? And in the use of...
Dr. Brian rejoining.
Oh, hi, Brian. How are you?
Good. Just rejoining.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you questions a little bit later, Brian. I'm just glad to know you're there. Vicki Markey is an expert in risk assessment instruments, which is something that we think is very important to a criminal justice system because it's a series of branching decisions, and they're all based on risk. From the first decision of a police officer to stop somebody or not, to the last decision of a judge or a jailer about release. Candace Wong is a doctor with a PhD and a master's in public health, is a national expert on mental health and regular medical care for incarcerated populations. And she and I together have done a bunch of investigations and studies and reviews of jail medical. If you read about corrections nationally, you see that's one of the big problem areas. Lots of lawsuits, lots of costs. Calvin Handy is just recently retired chief of police in California, who has a leadership position in the National Association of Black Criminal Justice Officials, and is particularly adept at understanding the relationship between various police agencies as they feed into a jail. Walter Leal and Lisa Bruce are with Design Partnership. You'll see this org chart. And David Baird is with Cummings Cost Estimator. We've got a cost estimator on the program. Now, it was asked what were the kind of options we suggested in prior jobs. It's very tricky to give you that because it's kind of like asking me what kind of women I used to date. I'm married now for a long time and I've got 2 kids. It's not relevant, the choices I made in the past, to my current marriage. But let me tell you the kind of recommendations we have made. We've recommended building new facilities of various kinds. I've mentioned I mentioned it to you earlier. We've recommended renovating and adding on in Knoxville, in Knox County, Tennessee. We said a little small building that's a booking center will reduce the crowding and jam-ups in your whole system. And they did put that up. It's a very small addition, but a very important role in the city, kind of like a dispatch center for inmate movement. We've diverted special populations in some places. For example, we set up a fast-track court in Allegheny County for all those cases that the DA and the defender agreed were slam-dunk plea bargains. Now, that's a jargon statement, isn't it? Slam dunk plea bargain. 94 to 97% of all criminal justice cases end up in a plea bargain. And so the question arises for smart people, why does it take so long? If it's just going to be a deal, if it's going to be a plea bargain. And there are times when it does take a while. You have to investigate, you have to establish, da-da-da-da-da. But mostly it shouldn't take too long, and you should look at the whole issue of plea bargaining as an opportunity to move cases quickly that are going to go to state prison anyway, or that are going to be in jail, or are going to be out in a program doing labor in your community rather than in a cage. Whatever the actual disposition of the case is usually pretty obvious to the defender and the prosecutor in 20, 30, 40, 50% of the cases. They look at the file and say, oh, first offense burglary, that's probation. Third offense burglary, that's some serious time, et cetera, et cetera. And you can pretty well price these goods as they come by you. So we set up a fast-track court called the Phoenix Court in Pittsburgh, and it reduced the court delay and it reduced the jail population enormously by moving cases through to disposition quickly, lowering the pretrial population of people waiting for the inevitable plea bargain that was coming. I already mentioned that little deal about the copy machine outside the public defender's office in Omaha, 50 beds. That's the kind of recommendations we make. They're different everywhere. And we make recommendations, or I shouldn't say recommendations, but suggestions that garner public support. In Dane County, we said you got to have a criminal justice management group of 8 or 10 gatekeepers to run this system. Too many silos, too little reason for them to get together over data. We recommended that kind of a procedure, but there were so many people who were enthusiastic about the criminal justice system that we set up a larger task force that would be involved in implementing the recommendations of the smaller group and advising on them. So there was a lot of public participation. Okay. One last one that is so central to that chart that I have to come back to it again. This is a teeny weeny little county in California Sierras called Inyo County. We used to say in your face whenever we drove there. And in the winter we had to charter a little plane to get there because it was over the snowbound roads. But Inyo County had a very strong jail with a guard tower and walls and all the rest of it. And come to find out, most of the people in there were minimum security. and didn't need these high walls or guard tower. And when we were done, we recommended that they eliminate the guard tower because it had all the controls for the gates up in that guard tower. By doing that, we saved 5 or 6 FTEs. That turned out to be about 3% of the county's budget that year. And we put the controls for, I think, $20,000 remodel right at the booking desk, where they made sense to be in that jail with that population. So now, architects aren't going to do that. Promise you. Criminal justice planners who know systems and buildings will do that. Giving you a bunch of references. The chief one is the National Institute of Corrections, because I've been working for the National Institute of Corrections over 30 years. And I've given you somebody, they usually don't let people give references, but there's a guy who just retired there who knows us all these years. And I've given you his reference, given you Dade County, the undersheriff. You'll get all these in the handout. Giving you the sheriff in Allegheny County and the jail warden and the president judge and the court administrator. And in the handout that you're going to see in a bit are a bunch of quotes from references. Key points, then I'm going to listen to your questions and see if we can talk a little bit and throw my team members some questions if I can. Key points. We have more experience in the county justice system and in court and jail planning than any architect in the country. By a lot, not even close. And we have a proven ability to work with disagreements about what to do. Good willing disagreements, bad willing disagreements. We're good at settling those with facts and intelligent options to give people good choices. That's what planning is about. When I went to graduate school in city planning, I learned, the most important thing I learned is the definition of good planning is engaging relative perspective. How can you look at this? And how can you look at the series of futures? What happens between $61 for a tax bill 200 years ago and today? How can we look at the various perspectives and create several or 3 even optional paths for your county to travel to improve the county criminal justice system, to make sure it doesn't go sky high in terms of building costs and staffing costs, and to give you more, not less, public safety. By the way, we just finished a reentry plan in a county, big county, cut the recidivism by 50%. That's the best way to start changing the way your jail system works, is to have somebody, the day they come in, start a reentry plan, involve their families in the reentry, and make it a program that fits whatever their crime is if they're going to be doing the time. Okay, so I've already said I've got these handouts for you to look at and peruse. I don't know if you'll have time, but they'll be there. What are your questions or comments? There's nothing off the table, and I'll dish them out to my buddy Brian and Dave here, and introduce you to Alice Lynn, who's our projects coordinator, as the questions unfold and I have the right opportunity. What are your questions or comments?
Ms. Petrie.
Thank you for coming such a long distance to Champaign, and welcome. I have 2 questions. They tie together a bit. You talked about planning on 4 community meetings. I'd like to hear a little bit more detail how you go about setting that up and reaching the populations within the areas you're going to hold the meetings. And the second is how your firm will work with the Community Justice Task Force that the county board has set up, and working with those individuals that have been appointed to that task force.
Well, we'll rely on the county to help us get in touch with the citizenry to bring them out to meetings. We'll try to do some sort of newspaper interview, or perhaps talk to an editorial board to get some publicity for a community meeting in 4 different places. And as far as the grist or the substance of those meetings, there'll be our data. Who's in your jail? How bad are they? What kind of record do they have? How many of them are there? How long do they stay? What kind of special needs do they have? And featuring bubble diagrams of rough solutions to the kind of problems that we see when we're still at the draft stage, so that the kind of input we get from a community can directly influence both the drafts of various options, and perhaps how favorable they're looked at by the time they're finished. Is that a complete enough answer?
What about the task force?
Well, the task force would be a regular deal whenever we're here. Assumedly, we'll time it to a task force meeting or arrange to have it be in combination so that we're reporting out. We see the task force as the foundation of the planning process. We're the technicians. We don't make the final decisions without real opinions and values given to us about the work and the facts and the data by the community that we're hired to work for.
Thank you.
Sir, ma'am.
Microphone, please.
We have a wonderful and greatly underutilized juvenile detention center. Would your study include the possibility of repurposing that to use it more efficiently?
Well, it's not a juvenile study, but I went by it today and had the same opinion. It seemed empty and a pretty good building, but it just seemed because I didn't get inside. But sure, there's no holds barred. An old warehouse can be looked at too if it's of interest and would hold the population that seems to be the one that's needed, but I just don't know yet. The good thing about not being from here is I don't come in with a bad opinion about a jail being underused or a juvenile hall, or I don't come in with opinions. I look for facts and data, and I bring experts to bear on a system study. So sure, if you or somebody else points out a building that you think is logically on our plate, chow down, we'll be looking at it. Sir.
Mr. James, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you can. Doesn't matter.
How far back do you go when you're looking at your data on prisoners and such? Do you go 2, 3, 4, 5 years? What do you usually do?
Well, we sort of starts off with what's there. If you don't have any automated data, it's hard to go into ancient history. But usually you can get an ADP and an ALS at least for the last 5 or 10 years, and if not, we can construct it. Average daily population and average length of stay. Those are the two ingredients combined for the math to drive a population projection. How many people are you going to have in 5 years, in 10 years? Is crime going up or down? Is population going up or down? Is the age, the crime-prone age group, growing or shrinking? Those kind of figures. So it will be more than adequate to the decisions available to us, limited only. No, it won't be limited. I mean, it will be adequate. We'll have to go as deep and as far back and as manual as possible to get to data that's adequate. A good example is in the Arkansas state prison system, we counted meals and divided by 3 to get average daily. We'll do what we have to do. But it'll go back to far enough back that nobody will say, gee, just looked at the last half hour. So,
Did you subtract for the guards?
their food? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. But that's a very good point. I know who I'm going to have to please now. Sir.
Did you have an opportunity to visit the downtown jail? And if there's a way to salvage that building and that construction and saving $20 million instead of building a new construction?
Well, first of all, the second question, the second point you made is sort of where this study lives. You need to look at every possibility for doing a great job, not just an okay job, a great job on housing people that need to be housed. Whether the downtown jail is salvageable or not, I didn't go in there for a reason. I don't want an opinion coming here. We will look at that. Our architects will evaluate the building. I heard there was a plumbing problem. I hear some people use the word salvage, suggesting that it's not in mint shape. But I don't know that, and I'm not going to be the judge of that. It'll be our architect who builds them and remodels them and isn't, let me repeat, is not interested in coming in here to build a new jail for you. Only interested in a professional evaluation of your 2 jails, and perhaps the hall, and perhaps other juvenile hall, is that what you call it? And perhaps other buildings that might become available and might be considered.
Go ahead, Mr. Rosales, continue.
You know that the trend, at least in the state of Illinois, has been to close prisons and jails, like Tang and several others that have been closed just this week. Is there some kind of feasibility studies as to other methods of correction other than incarceration?
Well, there's a lot of alternatives to incarceration in this world, and if I was in my own county, I'd be advocating for work crews myself, for anybody who is of no danger to anybody. Why put somebody in a cage if they're not dangerous? But that's my philosophy. Your philosophy is yet to be determined. I need to kind of get a feel for that, because some folks, with good reason, want to lock people up whether they're dangerous or not so that they don't forget it. And there are a lot of studies about alternatives to incarceration, more studies than implementation, if you want to know the truth. And you also asked about closing jails and prisons. You know, I ran into a jail, I'm trying to remember where now. You know, Olympia, Washington. It was a fabulous, if you can say it about a jail, and I think you can, it was a fabulous jail. It was as good as the best schoolhouse you ever saw for the community, because it was safe, it was staff efficient, it was program oriented, it was expandable, it was in the right place, it was a terrific jail. And they had to totally remodel it, the new building, before it housed a certain inmate, even one inmate, because they decided they couldn't afford to staff it. And so they had to change it from a direct supervision jail to a linear intermittent surveillance jail, which is less staff intensive, in order to afford to occupy it, after first thinking about selling it to the Fed, selling it to the state of Oregon, Washington, selling it to a private prison outfit. So there's a lot of potential for closure in this country. A lot of jails are getting opened up and sit without being used because they can't afford to staff it. There are a lot of counties in this country that have decided not to build more jails, even though their population suggests that they could, because they have found alternatives that are cheaper and more effective. More important than cheap is effective. And I gave you a couple that we have recommended in the past. The drunk driver jail is a great example. You got a mandatory sentence, you can't develop an alternative to custody. You got to custody. You have to have custody. You have to. But that doesn't mean you have to have a $200,000 cell. All right? It just means you have to have a place that you can be sure somebody's coming to and leaving and is safe, and another place to take them if they don't want to program in a lightweight place. Same with the day reporting center. So it's a hard question to answer because different communities do different things, but we often are brought into a situation where there's already been a building and it's now overcrowded again.
Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you. Cal, I appreciate your firm's emphasis on the needs study rather than the architectural engineering portion. However, how can you assure this board that you do have adequate architectural and engineering expertise on your team to come up with the good building alternatives and the cost related thereto?
Well, because I've got a national architect as a subcontractor that I've used for 30 years that is known for its integrity and has already said it's not interested in being an architect on a jail here. It's interested in being a planning consultant in just the ways you described, to look at the works, the mechanics, the siting, the standards and the compliance with the standards. And engineering goes right along with it. It's a national architect that's won awards for jails it's built. It's built a lot of jails. A lot of jails. And they're at my right hand, and yet ILPP controls the study. No architect going to tell us, oh, well, the numbers don't quite add up this way, or there's da-da-da-da-da, but we think there's a building needed anyway. So it's hard to guarantee it without just saying a national architect that's built a whole bunch of them and is good at doing this and have been doing this for us for a long, long time.
Ms. Cowart.
Yes, I'd like to know, did you come here with the intention of not only doing the study, but doing the construction of a new jail?
No, I've never constructed anything in my life, unfortunately. Oh, well, no, there was a chicken coop once, but it didn't keep the chickens in. But I'm basically not involved in construction at all, other than as a planner. And as a planner, I've been involved in developing plans for gigantic buildings for the state of California. The Employment Development Department building, the Student Aid Commission building, goes on from there. Large building, but not in the construction. And I come with no opinion about what you need and no investment in what we recommend, only that it be top quality.
Mr. Zollis.
What is your projected timeline from beginning to end of the proposal, or
Well,
the assessment, or the needs assessment?
a lot has to do with the level of community participation and how involved or deep that gets us. But I would say it's about 3 or 4 months. I mean, we estimated, I forget what we estimated in the proposal.
17 weeks.
I'll go for 17 weeks. But it could be longer if there's a great deal of activity or we run into something. I mean, for us, it's better to go quickly. We know what we're doing, we come in, we get a hold of the thing, we get the data, we do the analysis, we meet with key people, we have a series of meetings, we get some options up, we get opinions about the options, we regroup, and then at some point you come in with a report with 2 or 3 options that are recommended in priority order, perhaps. But it's not how long, it's how good. You want to know how good it's going to be. And we're known for doing this right. That's all we do.
Ms. Holyfield.
Thank you for being here today. You had mentioned that you will have inclusion with public participation. How do you propose to facilitate having the public come in and give you feedback on how this process will be working?
Well, kind of like I am right now. I try to be a straight talker and be what's the word, respectful of people and ask questions. Facilitation kind of was our strong point in Pittsburgh, because when we got there, there was a war going on between the parties, Democrat and Republican, and they'd gotten so out of bounds with the war and with some corruption that was attendant to the war that they were both getting spattered in the press, and they hired me to come in and put a group together to settle the war and have them begin to move forward out from under all these court orders. I will hope that it isn't as a tough an assignment here to facilitate as it was there. One more anecdote on that. You know, there was a study in San Joaquin County that we did, and we were able to determine who some of the movers and shakers were in the rural part of the county. And so I remember one morning at about 4:30 in the morning driving down the straightest, longest road I've ever been on in my life to the very end of the road, where there were 12, what it turned out to be millionaire farmers, but you wouldn't know looking at them. And they were shooting dice and waiting for me over coffee at about 6 in the morning. And I was told that that was going to be my toughest audience. I ended up spending the whole day out there and got to learn their farming operation and all the rest of it. I can talk to folks. I can listen to folks. I'm planning on listening. I'm good at facilitation. I'm not bragging when I say it.
Follow-up, please. So by facilitating, are you planning on having public forums? Are you planning on sending out notices, utilizing the county board building, the Brookins building? How and where are you going to? I guess when I want to have a good picture in my mind is how are you going to let the public know? What processes are you going to be going through to make sure and ensure that that is something that you will incorporate in as part of your plan?
Well, all the ideas you mentioned are things we've done in the past, but the ones that will be the right for Champaign County aren't clear to me today. I certainly would expect to use a county facility for meetings. I would certainly expect to have help getting something in the press. I would certainly want to have help from the task force and the planning team in terms of what ought to be stressed in public participation. But I would expect also to have an open enough agenda that anybody can come and say anything they want about the criminal justice system and jail planning and system planning and development, so that we can pull things together from that. There's a thing that we sometimes do, which is like a community survey. You can get right on down to, would you incarcerate this type of person or use a program? Or it can get right on down to who are you most afraid of? Or what's the most serious crime? Or what do you think the purpose of jails ought to be anyway? Or do you think that your jail should have a mission statement? Or do you think your jail should have early release for people who behave well? It can be a lot of things. But I haven't gotten into it enough. I think that's my strong point and our team's strong point. And we don't come with opinions about how to do this county, but we have 450 counties behind us. So I'm not worried about being able to do this well. But if you are, just give a call to one of our references and ask how we handle the public, how we handle input from the stakeholders. There are gatekeepers. That's the sheriff, the presiding judge, the police chiefs, the probation chief, the people who say go this way or go that way. There are stakeholders. And I would like to say that following my presentation will be 3 stakeholders, people who really care about a decision. There are senior citizens, there are junior citizens, there are ethnic groups, there's the university, there's all kinds of stakeholders that you can point to. For instance, do I go to the university and talk about student alcoholism and how many of them go to jail and how they handle them on campus? That's a big issue in terms of the jail. I'm almost sure because it's a university town and I live in one.
Sorry, Tom.
Anyway, I have to figure it out, and I'll probably be talking to you, be the first board member I'll ask, because you obviously are interested in it, but there are a lot of techniques available. It's easy to get a survey out.
Mr. Kurtz.
Thank you. My first question is, you're not related to Robert Reich, are you?
You know what? It's funny you should mention that. I finally met Bob Reich at a memorial service for my best friend about 2 months ago. And he does look like me. All my life, people have been running up to me in grocery stores and saying, "Are you Robert Reich?" I was Clinton's Treasury Secretary. And I'm not him, promise. But he's shorter and chubbier even than I am. And not that many people are shorter than I am.
That was just on the side.
Well, I appreciate it. I just finally, and he said to me right away, he says, "You do look like me."
We have 5 minutes, let's make it quick.
Okay.
The importance I see is the references towards alternatives in incarceration, public participation, working within the system to move as quickly as possible those that should not be incarcerated. I think those items are a central point of what our body here is looking for, not necessarily to build a new jail just for the sake of building a new jail. Our goal here is the justice system and how we can make it more efficient.
Well, I appreciate your comment, but because there wasn't a question, I'm going to ask one. Where are you from in New York?
I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
Me too.
Okay, Mr. Schrader.
All right, I have 2 questions. The first is kind of something that Mr. Rosales has brought up, and that is with the state, the condition it's in fiscally. There's been some concern that when it comes to moving the prisoners, or I mean, those who have been judged to be in the wrong side, for lack of a better word. Thank you. Be convicted to move up to state prisons, which aren't going to be there, or they're going to be overfilled. That may put a backlog on our prisons. Would there be a system or an analysis of what the state is?
Let me answer that first before your second question. Brian, are you hearing me still?
I can hear you, but I can't hear the question.
Okay, the question was about what happens if the Illinois state prison system does what the California state prison system has just done, which is dump on the county jails. And can you speak to that?
Well, I know from experience in California that you're going to have to do some serious planning to deal with it. It means you're going to have to look very closely at all of your options. You're going to have to integrate another data source that is the people coming from state prison, as well as the ones that you're used to using within the county now. So my opinion is that if the state decides to do that, you're definitely going to need a planning study.
Can you describe, Brian, just for a second to the gentleman's question, what the realignment planning is like, just generally or in one specific county in California, in 150 words or less?
Well, it's quite varied, and yet it seems to be going relatively well. The state is moving a lot of people back to the county level, which is, of course, where they came from originally. And the counties are trying a wide variety of options, and there are a lot of people employed in doing the planning for that.
And I will just add that it usually has to do with the classification of the person in the state prison system. Everybody in the state prison system isn't necessarily a maximum security inmate at the local level. Some of them go out on probation. Some of them are in programs that are closely tied.
Next question, Mr. Schrader.
Okay. You also mentioned, among other things, about cost savings with facilities and such. With those cost savings with facilities, do you also advise what to do with those cost savings when it comes to, and I appreciate what you're saying with revisitism, that's easy for you to say, but not me. I think that if you can do that, that's wonderful, 50% revisitism, so can you talk a little bit about that?
I've been told to answer quick by your chair.
Sorry.
Well, two parts. One, it's your job to decide what to do with the money you didn't have to spend, not mine. But two, Dave Voris, do you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you speak to the issue?
I can hear you.
Can you speak to the issue of saving money on staffing? Just examples of things that you've done to help counties save money on jails and jail staff.
Nationally, over the years, jails and counties have gotten into the biggest dilemma by designing jails that they can't afford to operate. And largely, deciding how you want to manage the inmate population is the issue, and creating control centers that don't manage people, only opening and closing doors. For example, one jail put 5 control rooms in when they could have gotten by with 1, and each one of those control rooms would cost $30 million over a 30-year life cycle.
And that's just the staff.
Hey, Mr. Betts, quick question.
My question is, let's assume we put everything in place in terms of programs that are alternatives, that are community-based, etc. Have you ever had experience where these programs are out there, however, the folks are misclassified or classified and surprises come, they go out and kill someone, etc.? How do you account for the impact of that in terms of retrenchment by the gatekeepers in terms of using those policies?
By careful classification in this study, and then by knowing that even in this room, there's somebody who's never had a single prior conviction of any kind, no evidence at all of criminality, who may in fact get arrested this week for drunk driving or mistaken identity or a crime of passion or domestic violence or whatever. You can't predict all crime. So you do your best. You can't lock everybody up to prevent all crime, so you have to lock up people who are somewhat proven to be dangerous by a conviction and by classification. Alice, would you say one word about coordination on this project?
Well, I look forward to working with all the stakeholders there and making sure that we're all on the same page with the planning team and the citizens. But that was more than one word, but the citizens task force.
Okay, just to say, Alice is 4 years out of law school, worked for us for 8 years, coordinates all our projects, and makes sure that everything fits together, because we have a large and highly powerful team that we bring to bear on this kind of job.
Cal, just real quick.
Make it real quick, Mr. Mitchell. Really quick.
Your budget, how, in your contract, how do you compensate that it might be more expensive or less expensive?
We never change our contract figure once we settle on it.
That's enough. Okay, I'm sorry, we gotta move on to our next one. We're a little abrupt here sometimes, too.
Was it abrupt?
You answered the question, so.
Okay, I'm going to hang up on you guys. Thanks a lot. I'm sorry to keep you waiting all this time. Appreciate your input. That was overtime. That's a nice thing to say on news.
All right, thank you, sir.
I think you're getting this leave behind being passed out to you now. Thank you all for your attention.
Okay, our next presenter is DLZ of Illinois. It'll be a couple minutes, so if you want to run off the bathroom, go ahead. Don't wander too far, though.
I know what you mean. Yeah, them presidents will love that, entertainment.
Guys, we have 3 presenters to sit up here.
There's really no reason for me to let this go.
Be done on the end.
All middle? Middle?
Paul Scott, you guys want to pass me down?
Oh, so that's just the... You only get 2 of this for free.
Okay, so we just need to make sure that you speak into anybody wants to go. You can just take it and we'll do some work. You get to introduce yourself.
I will. Go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I am Eric Ratz. We are DLZ, architects, engineers, and planners. And first and foremost, thank you for the opportunity to present our needs assessment study for Champaign County Corrections. I am a principal. I'm a principal architect with DLZ. I oversee all of our correctional projects corporate-wide. And I also, for your particular project, I will be your project manager leading my fellow colleagues here from DLZ as well as all of our other employees. Scott Carnegie, directly to my right, is one of our premier criminal justice architects. He's been my right-hand man since 1994, and we've worked extensively on literally dozens of projects, many of those correctional projects over the years, and I have the utmost faith in him in being able to help me produce a quality product here for you. And then also Paul Downing is our criminal justice planning specialist. Paul's going to go quite a bit of depth about his experience and knowledge here in a few minutes, and I think that you'll find that his approach to, as a DLZ employee and working with us, is very unique, and it's also something that I think you're going to find that's very rewarding at the end of the day on all the things that he's able to accomplish. One of the things that our vision is very simple. As it states up here, create a successful partnership, and we truly believe that, because this is a project that is for Champaign County, and we're here to help you facilitate what your needs are, what your wants are, and what your goals are over the entire process. And what we do is that we facilitate that through a commitment and communication, as well as trust. And Scott will talk quite a bit about our overall approach, our trust, our commitment, and specifically our communication as we approach an overall project. One other thing as we go through all of our slides here is on the right-hand side, we have a lot of quotes from our clients. I know that you asked for references. Hopefully you called the references, and they were able to give you good information about DLZ in a working environment. A little bit about DLZ. We are one of the largest and oldest architectural, engineering, and planning firms in the Midwest. We've been around since 1916. So obviously here in 3 or 4 years, we're going to be celebrating our 100-year anniversary of being a corporation. And we feel that that's very, very important because it is trial and tribulations of all the work that we've done over all the years, we've been able to, be successful. And a lot of that is because of our repeat clients that we have. Full service. All the employees that you will see, all the staff, all the people that you will see working on your project are DLZ employees. And I think that that's important to note. We don't team with a lot of other firms because we have all the resources available within DLZ to be able to do all of your projects. We participate on a national basis in doing criminal justice projects. With Paul Downing as our leader in the criminal justice planning, he is an absolute specialist. He lived your side of the table in how these buildings were managed, how they were supervised, to obviously also now how they're overall planned. I think it's also important to note is that we're a pretty large corporation, but in our architectural part of our business, over 50% of our business is in the criminal justice market. And that's something to note because we do this every day of the week, every week of the year. It's something that we live. One other thing that you will see is a quality schedule budget. That's one of my predominant things as a principal officer within DLZ is quality of projects. And that starts, it's already started. When we got your original RFP, to the interview, to the first kickoff meeting, through all the user group meetings, to public presentations, we will deliver quality on schedule and within a budget that we all establish. Some of the services that DLZ provides. I talked about being a full-service architectural engineering planning firm. Whether it's the architects, the building engineers, as I would call them, structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection, security engineers, to all the different site types of things if we have to review site things. All DLZ employees. On the right-hand side, we have some things about feasibility studies, needs assessments, analyze existing buildings, all the way down through all the different items that you have on there. We offer all those services within DLZ. And I think that it's important to note that with all DLZ employees, what we're able to do is that we have the same commitment to you. And that's something that we feel is very important, is that if we're all on the same page delivering a product to you, it's something that is beneficial to everyone. Some recent correctional experience. Obviously, I'm not going to go through and read all of these, but we're just showing you an sampling of some projects that we have worked on throughout the Midwest of all sizes, from very small capital improvement projects on county jails all the way up to very large-scale master planning, needs assessments, and implementation of a design on county projects. Elkhart County, and this is one project I'd like to spend just a moment on, is that approximately 8-9 years ago we began with a needs assessment. And needs assessment is that they were in a pretty dilapidated county jail, and what they wanted to do is to look at building potentially a regional jail. So as we were going through the overall programming, the needs assessment, a master plan, the overall big scale was a 3,000-bed regional jail. First phase of the project, we built right at 1,000 beds. But the thing of it is that whether it's 1,000 beds or 300 beds or 3,000 beds, it's still the same approach that we go through. And Paul will talk very specifically about our needs assessment and how we develop that. But this is something that we, obviously Whenever we do projects, do studies, needs assessments, the public, they want to see what potentially could this look like. So one of the things that I wanted to show this was we do renderings also, whether it's a new building, renovation, or whatever, or expansion of an existing facility. We always like to make sure that we provide those type of documents. Vanderburgh County, another jail that was actually started off once again with a needs assessment, going through the building programming, developing the community support, the generating the awareness and building the consensus of an overall project, and then going through and developing a totally different style of approach of housing compared to what the first project was in Elkhart. Johnson County. Johnson County is a project that is very similar in size to what your project is in the overall scope of things. One of the things that's a little bit different is that they were wanting to relocate many of their courts out of their courthouse into a criminal justice complex. So that's why it's a little bit different. But as far as the beds, the configuration, potential expansion, renovation, maybe some reconfiguration of the sheriff's office, a project that was very similar in nature. St. Joe County Jail, once again, a different type of housing, more of the circular design. It was, once again, something that was very much driven by the user groups, the types of approach. And the reason I say that is I know that you have a linear jail now. There's obviously many different types and approaches in how you design a jail in 2012, 13, 14. And I wanted to show you many of the different types of design configurations that we have. Morgan County Jail was a project where we looked at adding onto an existing jail. So about 232 beds in the existing, and they needed to add approximately 200 beds to meet their county needs. We also looked at a part of that of being a work release program, which has turned out to be very successful. Perry County Jail is a small county jail, and the reason I want to bring that up is that, as you've seen through here, we've done several large projects, but we've also done some small projects as well. The folks in Perry County that are looking at moving from a 1964 jail into a new jail that we're finishing up the design today, but whether it's this or the Elkhart County that's 1,000 beds today, buildable to 3,000 beds, they're the same design concepts, the same needs assessment, the same programming that we go through for the overall project.
If I could, I'm going to jump up here and take one of Eric's slides from him. My name is Paul Downing. I'm the former Director of Detention Services for the state of Indiana, quote-unquote Chief Jail Inspector. Also, Regional Director for the National Jail Inspectors Association. You were one of my 13, I think, states that I had here in Illinois. And background, I've been a correctional supervisor, custody supervisor, retired U.S. Army Command Sergeant Major, and I eat, live, and breathe jails and have for probably the last 17, 18 years. Love what I do, and I tell everybody that. A little bit about Franklin County, Ohio. Franklin County, Ohio, the study we conducted in Franklin County, Ohio is most similar to what you requested in the RFP. And basically what we did in Franklin County, Ohio, is we went in with a hard drive, we downloaded all of their jail data, and then basically disappeared for about 3 weeks, where we broke it down, analyzed it, and then went back and began presenting it to them, showing them that this is the average length of stay for public intoxication, this is the average length of stay for OWI, this is the average length of stay for failure to pay child support, and broke it down by crime, and also showed them the number of beds that these particular criminal or code violations, the numbers of beds that it was occupying within their jail. For example, in the state of Ohio, they have 5 levels of misdemeanor. Misdemeanor 1, 2, 3, and 4. And misdemeanor 5 is a minor misdemeanor. It's an ordinance violation. Yet on a daily basis, they had over 50 inmates in the jail where the misdemeanor 5 was the most serious offense, still keeping them within the jail. They had just simply had no idea. So we extract that data, we break it down, we bring it back to the county, we present it to the county, and in this particular case, what we did, if you can see the scope, the cones here, We said, basically, if you don't change what you're doing, then your high ADP, you're looking at 2,779 inmates and need about 3,470 beds. If you implement the recommendations for alternatives and changes in operational procedure that they developed through a shred process, through user groups, then if they implemented roughly half of those, it would bring them down. And if they implemented all of the recommendations that they had developed in the shred process, they actually, if you subtract the two, they actually needed about 210 beds is all that they needed. And their population dropped. We haven't built one thing over there. And to talk to the jail commander, he'll tell you, well, they didn't implement anything we talked about, but the population's down. That charrette process, one of the things that it does, it brings awareness to all the criminal justice players as to what's occurring within the jail. A huge amount of discussion in that process. Go ahead, Jared. A little about me and what makes us distinctive. Basically, one of the things we do a lot of community presentations. Probably every group you interview will. We do in our design, in our schematics, for recommended solution, we will do net annual work hours for staffing with staffing recommendations saying this solution will require this number of staff. Staffing represents about, and I'm jumping on somebody's slide, staffing represents about 85% of your total operating costs over a 30-year period. It's a big one. Policies and procedures development in that process. We will work with the facility on ensuring the policy and procedures develop, comport to state law and especially case rulings. We just had one this morning. There's several here in the last couple of days on, if you've not seen it, on the Supreme Court ruling on life sentences for juveniles. There's another court decision just out over mail, over postcards. Basically, we keep a folder of that. We go through policies to make sure that in this process, we are all doing what we should be doing. Do I know it all? Absolutely not. I learn a lot in the process. New line staff transition training. It's one thing if you need an addition, it's another to occupy it, meaning we work with the county in transitioning into any facility, whether it be a renovated facility or an expanded facility. And 100% compliance with state jail inspection standards. I know anybody here from the jail? It used to be an inspector by the name of Cerrito. I don't know if it's still Cerrito in Illinois or not. Okay. And then also, for those that desire, we will work with them on ACA accreditation, either full accreditation or compliance with the ACA core standards. A little about me. We should have done this first, but I jumped up and took his slide. A little bit about me. Former Director of Detention Service, Jail and Standards Inspections, been on the Jail Standards Committee for the state of Indiana, also work with the state of Kentucky and the state of Ohio. Ohio just went to performance-based standards. Been a member of a Community Corrections Advisory Committee. I believe in alternatives, I believe in programs, and work with communities in that regard. Jail beds are expensive, and they are expensive to maintain, not just in maintenance, but in the health care, et cetera, of the inmates that occupy them. So I believe in alternatives. Criminal justice process and projects, I do the needs assessment, I do the data analysis, I make recommendations for beds back to the user group. I break those beds down. If they do need beds, what type of beds are needed, minimum, medium, max, special needs, program beds. The Morgan County Jail that he showed you earlier, that addition is a program-based jail. They are gearing toward a therapeutic community where their inmates are housed in program groups in hopes of working with them to reduce drug addiction and recidivism. Go ahead. Some of the factors affecting your jail population, and we look at all of those in some form or fashion. I'm not going to go into all of them. I will give you an example here. Probation. We just finished working with the county. The probation department has a workload of about 350 probationers per probation officer. Their absconsion rate is 24%, highest in the state. The bottom line is absconsion, meaning they lost contact with them. They didn't run necessarily. They just lost contact with them. All of those absconders, once they're classified absconders, all of them end up filtering back through the jail and occupying beds in some form or fashion. So the goal is not to run out and build more beds. The goal is to clean up the probation department to reduce that those chances of that happening within the community. But anyway, those are just some. There's others. I certainly didn't hit all of them, but those are the primary ones that we look at in this process. Factors affecting the jail population. We do the jail population analysis. We present it back to the working groups to analyze and say, yes, this is correct, no, this is not. We look at, again, average length of stay by offense. What crime did they commit? How long are they staying there? If it's a public intox, why in one county, why is public intox? Average length of stay was 9 days for public intoxication. We look at classification in the process, age and gender. Certainly look at demographics for education, for gender, education, age, education, excuse me. But look at the demographic factors, who's in the jail, and in some cases, if the jail software is sophisticated enough, we can break it down as to where they're coming from, how many are coming from each community, peaks throughout the month, peaks throughout the year, so you can see what the demographics of your local community, what type of impact it is having on your jail. One thing I always caution everybody on, we just had a meeting earlier today, is what we call suppressed data. Whenever you have a jail that has been at or over capacity, the courts, the prosecutor, the criminal justice users tend to back off utilizing that jail, whereas if they had a bed, they would use it. They don't have the bed, they're trying to keep within constraints, nothing wrong with that. But the problem is once you expand a facility or open a new, those constraints invariably are lifted. And all of a sudden you add 50 beds or 100 beds, and a year later saying, what's happened? We've already filled 80 of them. And the cause of that is what we call suppressed data. What has occurred prior to this time that has affected the number of inmates in the jail? You try to identify that up front, but more importantly, in working with the courts and user groups, you try to identify what they've done to suppress it, and you want to maintain that suppression to reduce your jail bed needs long term. We look at the office of the prosecutor, certainly criminal case filings and trends. Next one, sorry, go ahead. There you go. Judiciary courts, we primarily look at incoming new case filings, what's going on with case filings within the community. We did one here a few weeks ago. The number of D felonies in the county is starting to soar. Unemployment is high, drug use is high within the community, and the D felons are soaring. One of the reasons they're soaring, property crime has gone up as a result of the economy and drug use within the community. We look at the availability of defenders, bail bond schedules, failure to appear rates. Failure to appear rates, believe it or not, is one of the crimes within your community, for lack of a better word, that is relatively easy to reduce. Some counties do it through a notification program. Others do it through jail release, where they play a video. This is the court that you go to. This is where it's located. Some jails actually put it in their hand. It's your date and time to be there. This is a map on how to get there to help keep those numbers down. Probation, I've hit on it already just a little bit. In several states, they're going to immediate interim sanctions. They're going to empower probation staff to impose an interim sanction as a wake-up call on a probationer who is headed for failure. Certainly jails that have that and communities that have that type of program in place, it works well. The problem with it, it requires interim space. It requires some number of jail beds. Hopefully in the long run, fewer jail beds than if you just violate them out and put them in the jail. Community corrections. Community Corrections Advisory Board, strong believer in community-based corrections, not just electronic monitoring. Also believe in what's called step units or step-out units, preparing individuals to leave the jail or returning from the state even to help to get them back in the community with an ID, with job hunting skills, with a resume to help get them back out in the community, but to work with them as opposed to merely releasing them upon the day of release. Work release, I'm a strong proponent of work release, where individuals work in the community during the day and security at night. I believe in it if that level of supervision is required for that particular individual, if that's what it takes. And with the work release, of course, they're continuing to support their family while they're going through the program. So, strong believer in what works. What are you doing? What's been effective? If it hasn't been effective, evaluate it, alter it to make it effective, or move on to something else. No sense wasting your time on a program that is not accomplishing anything for you as a government official, for you as a criminal justice specialist or member, and certainly for you, the public, who have to pay for those services. Are you cutting me off? Is that it? I need a break. You're up. Go ahead. All right.
Thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
As Eric introduced me earlier, my name is Scott Carnegie. I'm the project architect. We all work together on a daily basis, and all of us, we work on criminal justice projects every single day. Part of what I wanted to talk to you about, this slide, if you look over on the left, Paul's talked a lot about all of his data analysis, and Paul is crunching the numbers, doing bed projections. And at some point, there's a transition. There's a transition between the data information that he's gathering, and then he begins to translate that information to us as the architects, and we begin to work on a solution. And you can see over there on the design team, that's when we begin to pull up beside of Paul towards the tail end of his fact-gathering information, and we begin to work with you to establish the project goals, the concepts, planning diagram, space program, space concepts, relationship to the site, and efficiencies. And all of those I'm going to elaborate on here in future slides. I wanted to hit on some of the primary jail planning steps, and not that we don't mean it when we say it, but I especially mean this: generate an awareness and build consensus. This is critical to the success of any project. Part of the importance of that, or one of the key factors, is involving key decision makers in the decision-making structure. Design charrettes, and that's where we get together collectively. We'll pull out tracing paper and we'll begin sketching ideas as we listen to the user groups. Public involvement plan, we need to have that established at the very beginning. Who is the spokesperson for the group, for the jail committee? Who is that go-to person that all this information is funneled through, both internally between us and the jail committee, and then likewise between the jail committee and the community. Meetings to update commissioners and jail committee, those are routine. Perhaps, we'll establish this with the jail committee. Perhaps it's every 2 weeks, where we come here, we show up, we talk and have conversations, we explain our ideas, we listen to you, we gather information, take it back, work on it, we come back. And it's a check and balance approach to where we need to show you where we've progressed graphically to make sure that we've understood and interpreted the information correctly. Media strategy, public outreach program, and public meetings and presentations, that's all part of being very transparent. Transparent in the community so that they feel like that they're part of the process, and we want them part of the process. Master planning, define the scope of the work, project budget, and project schedule. All of those are key factors in master planning, and then public hearings as well. It's very common for us to go into a community throughout the design phase or the planning phase, and we hold individual meetings at different communities or areas in the community, whether it be a high school or a theater or something like that. We have them, like perhaps on a Tuesday night, a Thursday night, a Saturday, and we hold those to accommodate different people's schedules. Another primary jail planning step is site planning, and review the existing site. Of course, that's very important. We're going to be reviewing such things such as the sanitary, the storm, ADA, egress, expandability. All of those are very important. And somebody is going to ask us along the way, and rightfully so, they should, what would it cost to build new as opposed to renovate or to renovate and add on to our existing jail or satellite jail? And that is also an item that's very important that we will address. Issues to consider when you're looking at the site: travel distance, expansion opportunities, you heard me say that, zoning, utilities, topography, which is related to floodways and stormwater issues, environmental, site accessibility, neighborhood context, public perception, which are two very closely linked issues, and the cost of acquisition. The graphic down in the lower right-hand corner, this is a juvenile detention facility that we designed. And just to give you some idea, for example, you can see where we allocated space for our future courts, and that was something that was programmed early when we were meeting with the owner. You can see that we have stubbed roads that come around. It's made to connect back around here because there's a future expansion for a housing pod area. Those are all key items that we look at and we program into the design. This is site planning. Moving on now to facility planning. Again, this is another key factor in jail planning. Whether it's existing or a new jail facility, all of these bullet points here have to be addressed. Inventory, condition of existing jail facility and building systems. We will bring a team of architects and engineers. They're all DLZ employees, and we walk every square inch of the facilities. We document it, we photograph it, we pull serial numbers, model numbers, all that stuff off of building system equipment. Responsible building program, and again, that's in working with Paul and the data gathering that he's collected. We work with the information that he gathered as well as the users, the jail staff, the sheriff, in establishing a responsible building program. You have to start with a responsible building program. You will get scrutinized. You'll get scrutinized by the public, and rightfully so. We have to be able to educate and be able to address those types of questions that will be asked in the community. Preliminary design concepts for both renovation, addition, or new facilities will be addressed. Efficient layout, durable abuse-resistant building materials. So just wanted to hit on that quickly. We have to address the anticipated life cycle cost of building materials. That's an initial cost, maintenance cost, and replacement cost. All of those are key factors in making decisions. Space planning, we wanted to include this graphic just so that you had some idea of what we're kind of talking about when we talk about space planning and charrettes. This is really what we kind of like to talk about at, we're at the 10,000 foot level right now. And when you look at a concept like this, they're very, very graphic, they're very colorful, but each color is keyed into a legend over there. And this is really kind of where we start. We start at the 10,000 foot level, and we continue to hone in until we ultimately resolve in a recommendation. This is a slide that we often refer to as the three-legged stool: quality, schedule, and budget. And if any of you have been fortunate enough to sit on a three-legged stool that has one leg shorter or longer than the other, you know it's constantly kind of rocking. Similarly, you have to address quality, schedule, and budget. They're all interconnected, just like a three-legged stool. And if any of those are out of balance, you will begin to rock back and forth throughout the duration of the project. Part of the solution to that is what we call the check and balance approach. And you can see the top graphic, you can see the arrow, that's the public input. And you can see the bottom arrows, that's the alternative plans. That's where we involve the public, we gather their information, we inform them, we listen to them, we go back and we address it, and then we come back to make sure that we heard it. And we just continue that process until it's refined. You heard Paul talk about this, and yeah, he stole my thunder on this slide. It's not the bricks and mortar cost, ultimately, that usually kills a project. It's the staffing and operation cost that usually kills a project. Staffing is the single greatest county expenditure over the life of the building, and trust me, we have taken plans or a layout that we've been working on for 3 and 4 and 5 days, and we completely flip it, mirror image it, because we're addressing staffing issues. And we're constantly refining that, trying to reduce the number of staff. Design will be staff efficient. A phased hiring and training plan will be developed. There are certain times throughout the project, especially towards the end, where jail staff might be hired in and trained in a phased approach. And we will work with you on that. DLZ will help identify, guide, and work with the transition team. And again, the transition team is part of who would be hired in the latter part of a project and be phased in as the building is starting to become online. Life expectancy spreadsheet. This is a spreadsheet that we often use as we're analyzing an existing facility. And essentially what we've done is over on the left-hand side, we've broken this down. We have the architectural components, mechanical, electrical. These are the items. This is our checklist. As we're going through your existing facilities, these are the particular items that we're looking for. And then you can see that the sliding bar graph over here, green is good. Green means we're not in any kind of a window where we're expecting any kind of maintenance. Yellow is caution, means kind of begin to think about it. You might want to think about it as a future capital project. Red means it should have been addressed long ago. But you can see the sliding bar scale there. It's a 5-year. That obviously can be expanded into a 10-year. And this is a living document. This is something that is constantly updated. As you knock off a capital project, the bar slides, yellow or red turns to green, and we just continue to keep that updated.
One of the things that we feel that's important is that the team of people that you would be working with, they're here today. And as we've alluded to, myself as the project manager, we have Paul as the criminal justice planning specialist, and then we have Scott as the criminal justice architect. And I know that in one of the items that you requested for the original RFP was a breakdown of hours of our work plan as we would go through the various of the 16 different steps that you noted. And we wanted to make sure that when you see us, when you see DLZ, we will be the face of DLZ. We will have support. We have a lot of people back in the office that can help us out, but we did a breakdown of the hours. And I think that it's important to be able to note that of what the different items are. Then secondly, I also know that there was a project schedule. Anytime you go through an assessment, anytime you go through a feasibility study, you have a schedule that you would like to be able to accomplish things. And we obviously have a schedule based on all of our projects that we've done, what we believe a schedule is. We've proposed a schedule that is approximately 12 weeks. We've worked on these where these have lasted 6 months, 8 months, and we've worked on these where it lasted a month. So I think that with the size of your project, as long as we can have regularly scheduled meetings, we can have input from the owner, from the user groups, and we can have action plans, we believe that approximately in the 12-week schedule that we can produce a very high-quality document that will meet what your needs are as you start to look at a budgetary tool to develop an overall bigger project for Champaign County. And obviously, we've went through the 16 steps as we did on the prior page with the work plan. We've started to identify the boxes of which weeks that each individual steps would be involved in. Once again, it's Paul, Scott, and I that would be doing this work. References, I believe that we've been with a couple of these folks over the last few days, and I believe you have called some of our references from our information. I do applaud you for doing that because I think that it's a very essential point as you go through and selecting a firm. We tried to look at some clients where we did needs assessments, where we did the programming. We looked at either a renovation or how much did a new jail cost versus renovating and expanding. And hopefully you got some good information about all the advantages and possibly sometimes whenever there's a little bit of public controversy, how DLZ presented the information in the community. In closing, I think that there are 6 items that I would like to point out, once again, as some highlights on why we believe that you should select DLZ. Once again, we are a full-service planning and design firm. We've been doing this for a long time. We've completed literally thousands and thousands of beds, either in the planning phase or in the design phase. It's something that we do on a daily basis. We're recognized as a leader in doing these types of projects. The small jails, the large jails, the penitentiaries, all different forms. It's stuff that we are recognized. I think that with Paul Downing talking about his experience of being the user, looking at how he managed these facilities, how he worked with policies and procedures of his employees that affected the overall design approach to a project, to being a state jail inspector, reviewing all the designs that were going on in a particular state on how they should be designing things. and now that he's with DLZ and has been for several years, is that he's now bringing that experience, and it's an unbelievable experience of working with us as designers, as criminal justice architects, and developing a better jail each and every time that we go through. Scott talked a lot about the communications and coordination. Obviously, you've got a lot of people here tonight, which I applaud everyone for coming out to do that, but it's something we feel very strongly in. If you want a website, we can help you develop a website that can specifically, post all of our drawings, all of our graphs, all of our charts, all of our meeting minutes. All that stuff can be accomplished very easily with a website. We believe that we've got a pretty effective communication style of providing you the information that you need to hear and want to hear in public settings as well as in our user group meetings. Our unique approach to providing effective and innovative correctional designs. We design a lot of different types of jails, not just one particular type. You're not just going to get that rubber stamp DLZ design and say, we're doing the same thing here that we did in Franklin County or in Vanderburgh County or wherever else. It's something that's going to be unique, that is based on your needs and your budget for an overall project. And I can stand here today and tell you as a principal with DLZ is that we are committed to you. We will provide the resources, both in staffing, whatever it takes to take you on tours of jails, whatever it takes for you to best understand what is the best thing for Champaign County. We are obviously committed in doing that. So with that, I'd like to say thank you for our opportunity to present our information to you, and obviously we would be honored to be part of your overall team. So I'll open it up now for questions that you may have.
Yeah, I heard the word unique mentioned a couple of times. I was wondering if you could tell us, one of you, what about our project or our situation seems unusual or distinct to you that would make you interested in working on it?
What about your project makes it unique or distinctive? Well, having not toured the facilities, one thing that stands out is you're operating, I think it was 313 beds at 2 different locations or 2 different facilities. Typically, that's staff intensive. It costs more staff to operate, not always, but typically. And certainly that would be one thing that I would love to look at to see how each of those buildings are utilized in support of the community and what the cost is in doing so.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Might well get mine off soon. I've been in this community since I was a little kid. And I'm trying to figure out why is it that we always stir this to lock somebody up. Nobody ever come up with a plan to keep these young folks out of jail. When I was growing up, didn't nobody go to jail. I've been in my teenage years, I think 2 guys might have got it, but it wasn't no jail time, something real simple. But I'm trying to figure out between then and now how we changed the people so much.
Let me try to comment on that as best I can.
Well, let me get a little bit more out, and then you
Sure.
can
Oh, sure. I'm sorry.
I used to go to ball games, sports, no cops. You didn't have no police behind you. Now you can't go to Sunday school whether you ain't got to have police. If something is wrong and nobody want to stop to see what it is. This is what bothers me. And all we want to, well, begin with how long you going to go, who's going to feed them? Who's going to feed all these people that you continue to lock up? Those that come out of jail now, they can't work. You don't provide nothing for them to get a job when they come out. Everybody say, oh, this program, none of those guys have no way of supporting themselves when they come out of jail. So what that mean? That's a repeat. What are you going to do, stand out there? How you going to support, how you going to eat? How you going to support yourself? I'm trying to get to see as human beings. Somebody got to stop. Somebody got to stop and look at this. My tenure here is getting close, so I'm not going to have to worry about it too much longer. But I'm looking at that young man back there and the rest of them. What are you What are they gonna look forward to? A lockup? You making it easy. We can sit out there a million miles away and drop a bomb in somebody's bedroom, but nobody can tell us how to live and be productive people together. It bothers me. All we want to do is to live off of somebody that's suffering. As human beings, look, this got to stop. This got to stop. Nobody, I've been asking some of the judges, well, why don't you do something so the parents can raise good kids? They don't want to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody would come up with a program to do that, but boy, come to building the jail, you got it all planned out. And I'm glad to see my minister here tonight. He's sitting back there, and I've been telling him some of this stuff. I'm glad he's here to see it tonight. You're not going to have anybody even make a deacon or be a Sunday school teacher the way it's going. Who's going to take care of your churches after a while? You're not raising any young people when we gone to take over. And I've been in that one for 60 years. One church for 60 years. And I know things can be better if we set our mind to do it, but we don't want to do that. We want the easy way out. Let the drugs keep coming in our country, which I know that could be stopped. Because these little guys that out there, the little soldiers you got doing this, they don't have no ship. They don't have no way of getting this product in this country. Yet still, it slipped in by somebody. And I know that we got people in this country intelligent enough to know how they coming. But that's big money, and the man that's sitting up there getting the money is not these little kids. But we don't want to look at that. But as a citizen, a parent, and a human being, I beg you. And again, nobody told y'all that the taxpayers of this county done told us they didn't want a jail. Did anybody tell you all that? No.
No, sir.
No, they didn't. You see what I'm saying? They've been up here constantly telling this board we got enough jails, final a deterrent program or something to keep our kids out of jail. Thank you.
Mr. Kurtz?
Let me just mention this in response. I don't have the answer. I attended an international conference at the LBJ School of Law, and the Queen's representative from England stood up and spoke and made a comment that the United States incarcerates more people than any other civilized nation in the world. And to break that cycle, I don't know the answer. And obviously, many of us don't.
I have an answer. I just do. Tell Judge McConnell and our judicial service make these laws. Well, when I was coming up, you had respect. I could walk down the street and Miss Mamie or Miss Ann, they like to see me coming. They didn't have to run and hide or dump. You had respect for each other. And I lived, it was more white in my neighborhood than it was black. But we had respect for each other. If you didn't see a people one morning, you go looking for them to see if something wrong with it. Now, what it is, it's a trick. All you do is trick bag each other. You can't even trust them. You don't even know who live around you anymore.
Yeah.
And I know we're smarter than that. If we want to do it, we can do it, but we got to come to the consensus that we're going to quit living off the backs of people that less fortunate. That's all we got to do, and do the things Christians like we supposed to do, and like our forefathers told us to do.
Mr. Kurtz, your question?
Thank you. Thank you, Lloyd. That was well said. Very emotional and very true. Thank you. My question is in a little different area when it comes to the needs assessment. There has been talk on both sides of the aisle, and in an article very not too long ago from George Will talking about decriminalization of cannabis. If that would take place over the next couple of years, which seems to be a possibility, how will that affect the beds, and will you have an option for us when when that takes place, because it will reduce the jail population considerably? Do you have a program within your needs assessment that will help us in that area?
Yes, what we could do in that data collection and analysis process is we can identify those that have been booked into the jail and the length of stay, and that length of stay is then taken out, for lack of a better word, to bed days. We can tell you what a change in law, what impact it would have on your local facility. Yep. And again, that data is, I hate to say this, is as good as the data that has been maintained, and in this case, it's the jail. It's as good as the jail database.
Mr. James?
Well, I'd just like to say that I appreciate all the work that every firm's doing in explaining it to us, because I realize now that there is so much that goes into this, whether it be the maintenance, the population, or what have you. And without those numbers being looked at and crunched and put together in a format that we can all understand, I don't think we as a board would have any concept of where we're heading and where we've been without having all that data at our hands. It has nothing to do, even though I respect Mr. Carter's words and I somewhat agree with them, it has nothing to do with what we need to do. I mean, it's good to feel good and it's good to want to change life, but we have to face reality every day we wake up. And the reality is, even though there are folks that don't like a jail, there are folks that think anything you do, there is a consequence, and you have to be held liable for that consequence, when you do something. So, I lost my words there for a minute.
Do you have a question, Mr. James?
Well, my question is that with your data, I asked this last time, do you have like a 3-year or 4-year or 5-year term that you start looking at, or do you go back many more years? I mean, how do you do those numbers, or are you doing it on recent data?
No, basically, I like at least 5 years of data, because with that, we can, and through software, we can project trends if we have enough data forward, and so I like at least 5 years of data. You can do with less, but keep in mind, any trend that you have is typically it's based on what's occurring right now. As you mentioned, a change in law will affect that. A change in operational procedures will affect that. Federal law, state law, a change in an elected official could change that. And so in looking at data, you try to do the best possible job in analyzing it and presenting it back to the community. And as we did in Franklin County, this is what it looks like if you don't do anything. This is what it looks like if you implement even half of the things that you would like to implement as collectively as a group. And this is what it could look like if you implement all of the alternatives that you develop. But again, all those were alternatives and procedural change that they developed, not that we gave them. So they did it as a group.
And to add just a couple of things to that real quick, one of the things that we feel very strongly in is that you're all here. Sometimes you don't know what the right decisions are. We're trying to give you as much factual information as we possibly can so you can address your decisions as an educated decision to your community. And that's why we think that with Paul's involvement as well as the architect's involvement and the engineers, is that we look at what we believe is based on the way you do business today, is what your needs are. But at the same time, is projecting the number of beds is one thing, but also looking at what your staffing costs are, how much it's going to cost to operate your building, to maintain your building. As Scott alluded to, that is so important. Don't get caught in the trap to believe that we need to add X amount of beds, and then you move into those X amount of beds, and then you don't know what the cost is to maintain and operate that building. Because to maintain and operate is going to cost more than what it's going to cost to build the building or the expansion.
Okay, Mr. Beth, let's try to keep it quick. We're running out of time.
I promise. In the last 10 jail studies that you did as a firm, and how many of those jail studies did you not recommend expanding or building?
One stands out, and I say one stands out. All of them in some form or fashion are in the process. So they've not all run out and built. They're looking at the recommendations made, et cetera. But one in particular, and I work for an architectural engineering firm, I did not recommend that community build. And the reason I didn't recommend it is when you look at how they're utilizing the jail. I'd say it. They're absolutely misutilizing their jail. Their bond structure is extremely high, and that was the count I was referring to with their absconding rate. They have not properly staffed probation, and the number of the probation officer cannot keep up with them. There were about 4 or 5 areas where the recommendation to them was that they bring in experts specific to those areas to work with them to help correct those items. Because if you don't correct it, we have in another community, it's a city court judge who treats all failure to appears as direct criminal contempt. So they get picked up for FTA, and there's no bond. And the judge will leave them there for a month or 2 months and bring them out and give them time served. You can't build jails big enough for that, and we've told that community that. Your expectations are too high if you think you can accommodate that type of judicial discretion.
Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you. When I read through your proposal initially, I was impressed the fact that most of your most of your work will be done in-house. Until I got to the last page, then I was a little troubled, and perhaps you can help me with this. One, those cost figures should have been included in a sealed envelope, not on the back page of this. 2, let me read from you the National Society of Professional Engineers Code of Ethics. Under Rules of Practice, Item 5B, engineers shall not offer, give, solicit, or receive, either directly or indirectly, any contribution to influence the award of a contract by a public authority, or which may be reasonably construed by the public as having the effect or intent of influencing the awarding of a contract. And I'd like to know how you can reconcile that item with your wording. DL proposes to perform the scope of work noted in this proposal for the lump sum amount of $40,000. This lump sum amount is a reduced fee as DLZ is developing the comprehensive needs assessment at our direct labor cost and efforts in building a lasting and professional relationship with Champaign County. If DLZ is selected for design work, we will proportionally credit our needs study fee with respect to the professional design fee.
So specifically, you're asking why there was a reduction in what our fee is?
How can you reconcile this submittal with the National Code of Engineers Code of Ethics?
The way that as I developed the fee for this overall project, is we had our work plan that each of us, as well as other people, are going to be working on the overall project. And as it is with the majority of architectural engineering firms or attorneys or whatever, we have a rate schedule that we charge per hourly per each person that works on the project. And typically it's 2.5. If someone makes $10 an hour, you charge $25 an hour, and that covers all the overhead and liability, everything else that's associated with an overall project. We obviously would like to work for Champaign County, and we know that we need to be cost effective in our fees that we present to you. So what we have decided to do as a corporation, as the DLZ Corporation, is that there is no markup on our hourly rates. It is, we will be charging you a direct multiplier or a direct rate without the multiplier. At the end of the project, or at the end of the needs assessment, we feel very strongly that if you decided to hire DLZ, is that there is information that we are developing during that needs assessment that will be used directly for an overall design project. That if you would go out and hire a different design firm to do the overall design work, there's going to have to be some repeat work during that needs assessment to make sure that they fully understand and comprehend and agree with what that needs assessment is. So we believe that because we are doing the needs assessment as well as doing the overall design work, that you should not have to pay twice for that work. So that is why we would be at it is not a gift, it is something that we believe strongly that you have paid for once, that you do not need to pay for again. So that is why we would credit part of our needs assessment fee back to the county for the work that we have completed.
Ms. Petrie, final question.
Yes. Thank you for crossing the border and coming to Illinois. I would like to hear somebody talk about how you would integrate with the Criminal Justice Task Force that the county board has established to be working on some of these aspects during this time of the needs assessment, and I've heard nothing about that in your presentation.
With the local criminal justice planning board, essentially they become one of the central focuses of our work groups. What steps have they taken? What policies and procedures have they examined? What changes have they made that currently impacts the system? So they become a key component in that study process, and not only receiving information from them, but also in providing them with information from other communities, items that we've seen in other communities that may very well help the process here in Champaign County. So they are a key component, and we will absolutely work with them in this process. Thank you. As is your jail committee.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Eric, you want to leave that setting? You want to leave that setting?
This? No. They already got it.
Okay.
Sure.
Gary, you did great. All right. Mine is mine. I can't remember. Thank you guys very much.
Okay.
5-minute break here.
I
got much, so ain't no cars on me from, you know. No, you didn't have
Was it today?
You need to make sure that
Okay,
you use
then I probably haven't seen it.
so you can sit up here at this table. If anyone wants to walk around while presenting, then we have that.
All three of you going to present?
I
think so. Best if you have a microphone, take it to your chin. Okay. It's kind of chin, so a little bit below your mouth. Okay.
When do you want them handed out?
I only have, I think I only have exact right now. I don't want to look at it. We're going along.
Well, I don't need one.
Well.
Them to have them know I need
Just one is open, so the rest of these are ready to go.
Can you put a presentation from here?
Oh, see your name in the newspaper all the time. And I think, it must have something like
Do you know where it's at? I don't know where it's at.
2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
You said these sort of neat appointments, right? Like if it's like that, right?
Sort of talk over it.
Okay. So
Like I go like that.
Gotcha.
Okay, whenever you're ready to go, we'll start talking. All set?
For them to bring it up.
Okay, our next presenter is Justice Solutions Group. Take it away.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm Mike McMillan, and I'm with Justice Solutions Group. Excuse me. And I'll be your project director on this project and your point of contact for most everything going on. Today, I have with me representatives from the other two teams that other two offices that make up our team. We have.
I'm David Robillard. I'm Vice President of the Lewis Berger Group Justice Program.
And
I'm Greg Barker with J. Farberstein and Associates, specializing in the statistical analysis.
So anyway, to tell you a little bit about myself, I'm an architect, and I've been doing, you've heard of a number of architects today probably by this point, and so I know this is it's like you haven't heard all of this before along the way, but I've been doing projects like this for probably the past 35 years, justice systems planning and facility planning and design. But I have to say that on this particular project, I'm particularly delighted to be here because this is one of the few times that I ever get to do a project in my hometown. I live in Champaign, and so I'll be here day and night and available and talking to anybody, anywhere, anytime as the project goes along. It's an opportunity to do something good for my community when I'm normally out all around the countryside doing this sort of thing. So anyway, I'm happy to be here. To start our presentation today, I'd like to say that I know there's been a lot of hubbub about the jail project because that's what people have been calling it, is the jail project. But we think it's a little bit different than that. We believe that the purpose of this project is to help the county figure out its highest and best use for all of the services that are provided by the justice system, both now and in the future. Let's go to the next slide here. One more. We know that things are happening in the system. We know that there are different kinds of populations being served. And we know that things are happening at the state that will result in greater demands being placed on the counties. And we also know from experience that there are a lot of places that have begun to look very seriously at using a lot of different alternatives to secure custody. And they've been shown to work. We believe that on this project, our focus has to be to look at the way the courts work, the way the police work, the way detention works, how decisions are made, the practices, the money that's spent, how much it costs to incarcerate somebody versus how much it costs to look at other ways of doing business. And we don't know what the answers are going to be, but we know that you can tell us what we'll need to know to make this project something that is the right thing for Champaign County. And every county, it's a little bit different. But we do know that jails are the most expensive options you can have, and that when you have jails, when you have larger jails, when you have ever-expanding jails, more and more county resources have to go into operating the jails because it's the most expensive thing you can do. So our objective is to find out if that sort of thing has to be done. And then if it has to be done with 2 jails, or if it can be done with 1 jail, and really what's the best way to go. We don't know at this point. Again, it all depends on the information that we find out from you. We want to show you a little bit about our process. We don't know what you've been hearing tonight about what people say that they're going to do and how they're going to go about doing it, but I will tell you this. What we propose to do is to conduct workshops in Champaign County, right here, over a period of several days, multiple times throughout this project. And what we'll be doing is asking the justice committees and citizens committees and representatives of the various agencies to attend for several days in a row. And to begin with, if you look at our timeline and functions that you see on the screen right now, we're going to just ask, what do you do? How do you do business around here? What are the policies, the holding practice, court practices, programs? Hey, let's find out about your facilities, your staffing, what you pay, for all of it. And the purpose of this workshop is for everybody to put on the table, this is what we do, and more important to be able to say, and these are the things we'd like to do in the future. And there's a lot of different ways it can go. We don't know that there's one right way, but we know that there are a lot of options that can work, and we have experience in all of those different options. So we're going to ask what your goals and objectives are. What are the problems that you experience? And we're going to develop an evaluation matrix, a criteria, a tool, so that you can apply it to all your options later on down the line. We want to be able to say, everybody had a chance to say what's important to them, so that we can take that into account as the project moves forward. So then the second thing that will be happening after this first phase of work is we go about doing the assessment. So you collect the data, you analyze that information, and that's the numbers. Who's in our system? How many people do we have? What's it going to look like in a few years? And at the end of that kind of collection, we'll be saying, hey, you need this many, not jail beds, you need this many units of service. This is the number of people that's going to be coming into your system, and they need to go somewhere. They need to have things that happen. A lot of those things may be residential, a lot of them may not be. It's amazing. In the paper lately, I've been seeing all sorts of things about what the county's doing. The prosecutor has a alternatives program for felony offenders. There's drug courts. All of these things are alternatives that have worked in many locations. There's many more. And we want to find out what all those possibilities are. So we're going to inventory the resources that you have currently, again, what you spend on them, so that we can compare that to what might happen in the future. We'll know where you stand, and we'll be able to document all of that. The final bullet point that you see there before we go on to the last one, that's okay, that's fine, that's fine. We're going to, when it says assess building deficits and opportunities, we'll tell you what that means. You've got an old jail. You do have an old, you got 2 jails. We know that's not the most efficient way to go about doing business, but you have it. You have the building. You have people who are there. Now, in the best of all worlds, I'd love to say, let's just pull them out. We'll go overcrowd the new jail. Or let's just not detain them anymore. It can go both ways, or we could build new buildings. I think the answer lies in what we find out about that existing building. It's 32 years old. Okay, it's getting to the point where it's time for changes. It could be made to go longer. It's going to cost some money to make it go longer. It could cost a lot more money to change it to do something else, but we want to look at its capacities, what it can do with regard to being a residential place, and what it could do to be other things. So, we're going to find out in this phase the specific population you serve and will serve, and what your buildings can and can't do. There's just a lot of opportunity. These are resources that you have, and we're going to try and make the best use of them. So finally we get to the last phase on this chart. There's 4, so, keep your eyes open here. This is the workshop. They're like, give me a break. But the workshop, this is what if. This is where you play the games. Literally, you get in there and you've got drafting paper, you've got pencils and papers, you've got cardboard boxes, and you're saying, hey, can we expand programs? Can we change practices? For example, can we divert more people? When police arrest somebody, can there be an intake criteria where you can just check off the boxes and they're gone? A lot of that happens already. But we're saying there are a lot of models for how to make even more of that kind of thing occur. If they never get in the system, then they're not occupying beds, and you're not paying to run those beds. So maybe we can change the capacities that are served, and maybe we can reuse the buildings. And literally, I'm making fun of it, but it says, and so many more. Usually in a project like this, there's dozens of different possibilities, and you're playing the costs and the values about what the community thinks of these programs and services. And you're saying, can we have more of this and less of that, or more of this, and how do we make that happen? That's what happens at the workshop, and it happens live, right in front of you, until at the end you've generated a lot more community commitment and consensus to what's going on. None of this happens, far away. People are somewhere and they come here. It happens here. Go ahead. Now you've done all that and you have your ideas about how it should be. This is the process. It's open workshops and people being engaged. I can't tell you how important that is, to get people involved and not the decisions being made in the background. It's all out there in front. But eventually you're going to get to the point where it's a master plan. It's the things you want to have happen. And it becomes real. We're saying here, we look at the buildings more closely and say, what does it cost to do this fix or that expansion or that delete? And we talk about all the spaces you'll need to have to do all of these programs and services. What's it cost to run these buildings, and what's it cost to build it if necessary, or to do the renovations? And nothing's ever inexpensive, but you can make things more efficient and more effective, and that's what we're all about. And the final thing there, not the red ball. The red ball's coming up. The site and building organization concepts. We're not going to design a building. What we are going to do is say, using the information we have, we're going to show how you would organize spaces. It might just be like you see in the drawing on the left, a bunch of bubbles that sort of connect to each other, and then we'll plop them down on a site or within an existing building. But at least that's what you know you're moving towards in the future. You know what your project should be. And now you can make good decisions. Again, knowing as much as you can is the best way to get good decisions. So the last bubble you see there is building consensus. We know that if everybody doesn't have a stake in the project, if they haven't had their say, then when it comes time to pull the trigger and decide what it is you're going to do, people resist. Not only do they resist, they don't like you anymore. And we don't want that to happen. We want everybody to be working as a team, a real collaboration to get to the answers that the county needs. So we'll be doing that, and we'll do the blogs and public hearings. We'll go to the other little towns. You're laughing at me. I'm serious.
I'm laughing with you.
We do the blogs. We do the blogs. You have people being able to respond, and you get immediate feedback. Someone has to control some bad stuff that happens, but otherwise you get a lot of good information that way. All right, next slide. Keep going. All right, we're going to talk individually here a little bit about what each one of us do. Just briefly let you know how we do what we do. But I just wanted to mention that the three teams are Justice Solutions, J. Farbstein Associates, and Lewis Berger. We're going to be responsible, Justice Solutions, for looking at all the program and process alternatives. We do that on dozens and dozens and dozens of projects. And we'll be conducting staffing analysis and a consideration of the mental health and other kinds of special population issues that the county is now dealing with. And then we'll be looking at the actual operations of the facilities using our staff that do this kind of thing and have done it in real life, our administrators and line staff that work with us. Farbstein and Associates will basically be looking at the numbers. Here's who you've got, here's who's in your system, and here's what it's going to be in the future. And then the Lewis Berger Group has so much experience with looking at what works in this building and what doesn't work, and how do we plan strategically and spend the money correctly. And so with that, let's move on to some of the actual projects here. I'll start with the describing JSG. You know, basically, we've got planning projects all over the country. We're currently working on a big federal technical assistance project for tribes that receive Recovery Act money. And many of those tribes are just, they're just trying to figure out what it is. And we're trying to get them to the point where they can make good decisions. On our staff, we have folks who've dealt specifically with mental health issues in jails and prisons. We have some facility administrators, and one of the most important skills that we provide is the ability to look at operational practice and policy regarding who gets in detention, who doesn't get in detention, how you move the court system more expeditiously. People who ran the National Center for State Courts. So we have a lot of these kinds of people on staff, and they're more than happy to be here and just get into the wars with everybody about how to do the right thing. Go ahead. I'm not going to talk about buildings tonight. All the time I talk about buildings. Do buildings all the time. But our focus for years has been how to maybe not build so much jail space. This simply shows how systems tend to work. There's a lot of people arrested, and at each phase of the court process, a few people get siphoned off. There's those arrows moving up until you get to post-adjudication disposition, and at the end, you've got a lot of people. They go to jail. That's when you have limited options, and you build bigger jails. And unfortunately, in the state of Illinois, and other states too, you'll have fewer spaces to put people in the state system, and so a lot of them will be here. And so you're really going to have to be looking at ways that doesn't happen. And one of the most important ways, next slide here, is to look at all the different alternatives, the range of possibility at every step along the way. And you keep expanding and expanding and expanding the things until finally, at the end of this process, when you've looked at all the other possibilities, well, then your jail doesn't have to be as big as maybe you thought it was in the beginning. And the experience is that if you spend, I don't know what the numbers would be in Champaign County, but I know that if you spend $20,000 a year for every bed that you operate, which happens in some jurisdictions, that's $20,000 for one bed. So you spend $100,000 for 5 people. That same $100,000 can probably provide a less restrictive kind of service, but very intense involvement and supervision kind of service for 30 people. That's the kind of ratio that we see in projects all around the country, and we hope to be able to do something like that here, say this is where you could head, but we don't know for sure where that will be. That'll be part of the conversation to find out what's good for Champaign County. Okay, with that, I think I'll have everybody else tell a little bit about how their firms do business. And right now, we'll start with Greg.
So for over 30 years, J. Farbstein & Associates has been providing services in planning criminal justice systems and facilities with a focus on criminal justice, including jails, courthouses, et cetera. David?
Go ahead.
Our role on the team is to do the quantitative analysis, and I know nothing lights up a room more like talking about statistics, right? Am I right? So
I've been here for like 3 hours already.
Our role will be to look at your historic justice trends, to develop bed capacity projections, and those bed capacity projections will have to be dovetailed with the discussion of alternatives to incarceration, because you really don't know how many beds you need until you know the ways in which you are managing your offender population. And then to provide the foundation for the subsequent analysis of space needs that is related to the component that is physical facility. Go ahead, yes. An example of the kind of work that we've done in this area is for Santa Clara County. One thing that Santa Clara County wanted was to know, what is the cost if we don't build? Next slide. Bring up the fuzzy slide. No, it's not a problem with your glasses. This came through a little fuzzy. But in this case, we examined 3 different options. 2 of them were building options. But option A3 there is entirely managing future growth with non-custody programs. And you can see we charted the construction costs for the 2 phases of construction, and then the annual operating costs for, in this case, it's the additional jail capacity. What you're seeing in the first, for A1 and A2, that's the operating costs for additional capacity, and the 48.1 million per year is related to the cost of running non-custody programs to take up the same needs. So you can see that there's this graphically illustrates what we're talking about when we talk about the costs of not building versus the costs of building. Now, we understand that there's other factors to consider related to public safety, but this, gives you, the real dollars and cents of it. Next. We'll be coordinating with our other team members to look at quantifying what the impacts of the various alternatives are. Video arraignment, I'm not holding this out as the solution or anything. That's one of many, many, many types of programs that are available. A kit of parts that could be used to meet these needs. But what our job will be is to assess how each of those results in an impact on the demand for jail beds, and then make that adjustment. Go ahead, David.
Guess it's bringing up the tail end here. The Lewis Berger Group, we're an international planning, architectural, engineering, environmental, and total project management firm. We were founded in 1953 by Dr. Lewis Berger. And since that founding, we have done hundreds and hundreds of corrections and detention, criminal justice, public safety, and law enforcement facilities throughout the United States as well as internationally. We have a client base that goes from federal clients. We do a lot of work for the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice, Department of Defense. We do a lot of work for local states and counties throughout the United States. Mike alluded to what I would call the operational soft stuff and the statistics guy. I am going to talk a little bit about your capital assets because we are good at assessing them, and that you do have. You have capital assets that are worth something. And part of this whole exercise is to layer what Mike and Greg have said into the utilization of your capital assets and how you either repurpose, renovate, construct. What is the solution? It comes together as a puzzle. Our role on the job is to do 3 things for you. First of all, we're going to look at the physical plant that you currently have. We're going to do site evaluations. And last but not least, we're going to help you put some costs to all of this to see how much any of the models or scenarios that we come up with and run do cost. The physical plant evaluation is certainly evaluating, pardon me, a number of things, but more importantly, there's 2 probably analyses that we'll do for you. One is the physical analysis, and that's the systems of the building. And we can do it very quickly on, Mike mentioned the age of the building, and our engineering team can go in there and pretty much tell you the life expectancy of the systems, the structure, the HVAC, et cetera, and whether you're going to get an ROI and return on investment of that building, or you should be starting to look in a different direction. The other analysis under the physical plan is called functional. That's very important because one of the things we're going to look for is adaptability. I think our team prides ourselves in not trying to balloon this out of control for you. Our responsibility to you in the county is to evaluate what you currently have, see if there's adaptability, repurposing of your current facilities, and go forward from there. We're going to also be looking at any operational issues that you currently may have that need resolving. The site analysis, and by the way, we've done numerous assignments around the United States for the Department of Homeland Security on most of their what they call service processing centers, which is their jails. The site evaluation, we're going to review certainly the current site and property plans, and there's a cadre of things that you look at when you're looking at your property, because you're going to come to a point where you're going to start to look at options. And these are the cornerstones. The physical stuff, your physical capital assets and your site are the cornerstones on which you will need to make decisions. And we've done a lot of, as the little map shows, that is site evaluations for the Federal Bureau of Prisons that we've done throughout the country for them. And last but not least, the cost analysis, which where does the rubber hit the road? As Mike had mentioned in the process, there will be alternatives that are going to be developed through this process. You're going to want to know not only the physical costs of the project, but the operational costs, the staffing costs, and we will help model that. We're currently working on the 9/11 project. We are the total project manager for that project, and we are doing cost management for that entire facility. Oops. As an example of something that we're doing real recently, this is the Monroe County Justice Center complex. It's in Sparta, Wisconsin. We're currently working on this assignment, very similar to your situation. They are in dire straits of courts. They are in dire straits of bed space. They have older facilities. Their sheriff's department has operational and security inefficiencies, and they had called us in to evaluate, as we're proposing tonight to you, the total complex to see if we could come up with a solution that meets some very, very tight budgetary constraints. The diagram on the left is showing their existing complex, and it's one city block. They have an old historic courthouse and an existing jail and annex. The diagram on the right is showing the proposed scheme. It's got a new 180-bed jail, a new connector. We closed off one of the streets to make the Justice Center a complex, a new courts and LEC. I don't want that to be perceived as we want to build new. What that should be perceived as is we took a situation and totally analyzed it for the county to come up with a scenario that worked for them. We started out with a physical plant evaluation. They had 3 facilities. Again, we looked at their physical constraints and functional. And on the far right is a recommendation column. And what's interesting about the very top diagram, and I apologize for the size of it, but it does illustrate how creative you can get. We took the courts out of the old courthouse and are repurposing that building for them with minor renovations. We took the existing jail, which was a linear, unsecure facility, ready for lawsuits up the yin-yang, and said, we do believe you needed a new jail. So that's the building to the far left of the very top diagram. That vacated the existing jail, and we're repurposing it with the new sheriff's department. The structure of the framing you see over that lower unit on the bottom, which is the lower unit exists, is a framing system we've come up with for new courts. And again, it was in an attempt to repurpose as much of their existing facilities as we could to meet some of their very stringent budgetary constraints. Again, the site analysis that we've done for them, which we'll do for you, there's a ton of things that need to be looked at, from zoning and codes and utility and vegetation and existing structures. In their case, they had a number of historic buildings on site, and the list goes on and on. But again, it's a baseline from which you make very smart decisions as you move forward. And finally, what we propose to the Monroe County folks are a number of alternatives of how to put the pieces together and applied costs to those different pieces. We gave them a total build-out strategy, a phase strategy, and a number of other ones. So as Mike was saying earlier, there's a variety of ways that you can look at this project, and that's just an example of a couple ways in which we help them.
You know what? I put this slide in here because I said somewhere along the way I got to say, hey, we've done a lot of jails. We have done a lot of jails. So here's the pictures of a lot of jails. Now we can move on from that point. This is the last thing really that I want to mention here. The downtown jail. Downtown jail is the white elephant in the room. How do you make it be something? And the list on the right is, hey, it can be custodial. It can be a lot of different kinds of custodial. People move around in the system. It can still be a place where people go for custody. Or maybe there's other things that we can do, like the county offices or jobs training or day treatment, or you can keep the voting machines there. Everybody always needs a place to put the voting machines. And jails get used for that kind of stuff all the time. The last thing here, private use, is something that has become more and more. There's an article in your handout about more and more people beginning to use jails, not for justice uses, but for things that more directly benefit the community on a day-to-day basis, not just offenders. And the interesting thing is no one knows what's really possible, and everybody knows it's a lot of money, but I tell you right now, if I can get a Trader Joe's here in that jail, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Finally, we could have a place for that to be, and right downtown in Urbana. There we go. So anyway, that's our presentation. We have a team that covers the whole universe about what things can be and what they possibly do. We work so hard to have everybody involved, to have people be there as the decisions are made and watch the decisions happen so that it can go forward from that point. So we hope to say we're good listeners, and we hope we have the chance to prove that to you all. Well, that's it for the presentation, so if anybody has any questions.
Mr. Alex, start us off.
Two questions for you. The phone, please, Chris. Thanks, Al. Two questions for you. One, I understand that you've assembled this team to look at the potential project here. I'm wondering if you can go into a little more depth as to what, for lack of a better word, the fiduciary relationship is among the members of the team. I mean, is JSG is the lead agency? Are the other subcontractors? I'm wondering if you can just go in depth a little bit what the business arrangement is.
JSG will have a contract.
And I'm sorry, and I'll throw my other question out there, too. One of the more interesting aspects of your proposal, I thought, was the resume of Mr. Daniel Ryan.
Dan Ryan, he's the guy I was talking about, right.
As a JSG person. I'm wondering if you can go into a little more depth about him and what his specific involvement might be in this project.
Sure.
To be really successful at it. Thank you.
Yes, we are the lead team, and then both of the other groups will be associated with us. We will hold the contract and then independent contracts with the other two. Regarding Dan Ryan, Dan until not too long ago was working for, he's a courtsman from way back and works for the national associations and helps to write the standards. You know, this is one of those things, he was here, I'd really lay it on him about this, but working for the National, Center for State Courts, he was at a presentation that we were doing and could not make a meeting of the state courts, and found out afterwards that he was supposed to be there because they were creating the Daniel B. Ryan Award for public service or something like that. It's just like, how can that possibly be? He spent his life working specifically on the issues of how courts can be more effective. By effective, I mean process people more quickly not delays, but making good decisions so that the body of people that the courts have to deal with are able to keep moving, and not sit in programs or facilities that they don't need to be in. And that's been the focus of his whole career, and we're thrilled to have him on the team. He'll be the resource for helping to figure out the practices that result in increased or decreased lengths of stay.
Ms. Berkson.
We have, as you surely know, a nearly empty juvenile detention center.
I sure do.
Is there any way of repurposing that and putting the juvenile somewhere else or something of that sort?
Now, it's interesting that you should say that, because I remember when the juvenile facility was built quite some time ago, and it replaced a really old home that was out there just north of here. The detention center was built, it's hard to be particularly delicate about this, but it has more of a jail cast to it than a lot of detention centers. And so its housing units arranged in tiered arrangements and a central station that provides supervision and all of that. And if there were a way to deal with juvenile population in an effective way, in other words, if you had to transport kids every day to multiple locations all around the counties, that would probably be not a particularly good solution. But if there were a way to deal with the juvenile population, I don't see any reason why the juvenile detention center couldn't be a very effective, secure setting for an adult population. Maybe an adult population that had to be separated. But I will say, that's a possibility. But I will tell you that one of the things that this project might try to figure out is, can, in the future, the jails, the independent jails you have right now, should they be together just because it'll be more efficient and less costly to do that? That's one of the things we'll be looking at. And you almost want to say, well, that building's close, but it's still not the same building, so it might have to have its own staffing. But there will be efficiencies just by being here on virtually the same property. Or is it the same property? It's close. It's just right over the hill here, right? Something like that. I would say yes. There's a strong possibility that you can use that for very good purpose.
Ms. Petrie?
Yes, I'd like to go back to your third slide.
Can you bring up the third slide?
Third slide, please. It has to do with how you would engage the community. And some of the...
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, some of the focus of my several questions are, you're a local person.
I live right here. Oh,
Yes.
not right here, but in Champaign.
Right.
So close.
You know the community, in
Yes.
other words.
Yes.
And I didn't hear you talk about how, you talked about stakeholders and bringing people in to talk about their jobs, et cetera, like that, but I didn't hear you talk about how will we engage people who live on the north end, who is probably some of the highest percentage population that's in our jails, and how would we engage them in any of these conversations? I didn't hear you talk about how you would engage the Community Justice Task Force that the county board has established in these conversations. And I didn't hear you talk about, in your analysis of the inventory of resources that we have presently in the community, an analysis of the effectiveness of these. You talked about listing them, and you talked about maybe what they cost, but what about the effectiveness of those? And then after you answer those, I have a question on one of your projects listed in your submission.
Now, I'm getting a little bit older, and I'm not sure I can remember all of that along the way, so you can refresh me as I go along. With regard to engaging the community, we found that on a lot of projects, we have to rely on guidance from the organizations that we work with. Now, I know that it's important in Champaign. I've been looking at the editorials in the paper. I know that everybody has a stake in what goes on and in doing good things and doing right things. We have found that just scheduling a public hearing, for example, doesn't cause people to show up. But we have a lot of people in this community who are interested in those sorts of things. So our anticipation is that, given the opportunity, we can invite representatives. I realize that there's the community task force that's participating in this, plus the juvenile, not juvenile, the planning task force that's been set up by the board.
There's a project team. Yeah.
Right. The 6-member team. Well, it's our opinion that all of those teams are participating in the workshops, and that the information that is developed during those workshops is not only published in the books that goes to the planning team, but is published so that all can see and respond to it. As we talked about blogs, it's like putting the information out there and letting people know it can be that way. But we're perfectly prepared to put on hearings for any of the interested communities, not necessarily hearings, but presentations regarding, here's what's happening. What do you think? How does this affect your thinking? How does this affect your life? What can we do to make it better? That we've done that on other projects, and we're very happy to do it on this project too. And the more, like I said along the way, the more participation we have, we feel the better the product will be.
Okay, thank you. And to shift course here, I notice in your list of projects that are in the submission, you worked on the prison in Florence, Colorado.
Pardon me, I couldn't.
In Florence, Colorado.
Oh yeah, the.
What was the firm's involvement in that project?
As I recall, this was a project that was, one of the people on our team is Peter Krasnow. And Peter Krasnow is an architect who has been engaged in a jail and prison design all over the country with several different firms. Peter, when he was working on that project, I don't know specifically the answer. I know that when he described it to me, it was working with the state of Colorado. The conversion, it was, I'm making sure that I'm not confused between two different projects. Was that the conversion of an existing facility or the brand new?
No, it's the super maximum facility.
The Florence facility was the state of Colorado's response to the fact that they had a lot of prisons and they had a lot of people being hurt in a lot of different prisons. And they said, what we're going to do is develop a place, it's like TAMS, we've been reading about in the paper. We're going to make a place that pretty much restricts movement and people are locked up all the time. He was explaining how it's not one of the most fun things he ever did, but that was what the state required at the time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you. Mike, could you tell me how long you've been with this particular group?
Justice Solutions?
Yes.
Oh, about 3 years ago, I started working with them. That was about the time when the Recovery Act was made available to agencies around the country, and they received a contract to assist the Bureau of Justice Assistance in providing services to the tribes all around the country. Their responsibility working for the Bureau of Justice Assistance is to make sure that tribes got money to do jails and to do justice facilities, police facilities, courts. That money is available to a lot of jurisdictions, well, I want to say jurisdictions, to a lot of tribal communities that never had anything like that before. And so these are brand new. How do we do these kinds of things? We don't know about alternatives. We don't know about this, that, or the other thing. Our job is to basically go in and train them about what are the newest and best things to do when it comes to justice facilities, both juvenile and adult. So I've been doing that with them as an employee for 3 years, but as a consultant probably for 4 or 5 years prior to that.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Regardless of what programs and systems we have here, we're always going to have, probably always going to have some prisoners with some very significant medical or mental health problems. Can you tell me some general thoughts about how we house what physical structure would be for such prisoners and other considerations we may have to think about in our planning?
Well, I will tell you that over the past 15 years or so, the mental health population has been one of the most difficult for justice agencies everywhere in the country. It used to be that we had, now if you've heard this tonight already, feel free to stop me, but it used to be that we had a lot of resources specifically for mental health. We had state-operated places. We had a lot of local places funded with state money, state and federal money. And then everybody began to think maybe institutionalization is not the right thing to do. And what most states have found now is that lacking sufficient mental health services in the community, the justice system waits until that person, maybe a person with multiple diagnoses, commits a crime sufficient enough to end up in a jail. And the jail becomes the place, the de facto place where people deal with mental health issues. It's not the right thing to do. It's just not the right thing to do, but that's what jails have to deal with. So what we've discovered in a lot of jurisdictions is that they would love to get out of that. Oh gosh, they would just love to get out of having to be the mental health place. But the fact of the matter is, they can't get away from all of it because many times significant crimes have been committed. But a lot of times, there are community-based settings that do the kinds of supervision and programs and services that allow a person with the mental health disorder to perform effectively. In other words, to become competent. It's not just a matter of, oh, somebody goes to the house and provides counseling. There's actual physical places you can develop to provide appropriate services, appropriate community, appropriate, well, I want to say supervision. It's not necessarily secure, but it's the human interaction and the supervision that allows a lot of these people to be not in a jail setting. Now, we do a little bit of that around here, but it can always be better. It's not a direct answer to your question. You're going to have those people in your system. I would love to see it more in the community, but if they're going to be in a secure setting, many places begin now to look at it more as a medical issue, not as a, well, we're just dealing with a psychological problem, but I mean truly a medical issue, a drug kind of program, a treatment kind of program, and it begins to happen at the local level within the jail setting. But most people prefer not to mix these populations that are receiving these intensive special services with the rest of general population. And they have a higher staffing level. They have a lot of things being done for them and with them that requires people to make it happen. And the right kind of spaces, the more normative kind of space, something that doesn't suggest a coercive behavior, has shown to be an effective way to encourage the participation of the person rather than just throwing it at them and saying, this is the way it is. You got to actively bring them into it, and the right kinds of spaces can make that happen.
Mr. Carter?
Had to start, but I'd like to know, and I'd like to appreciate you now, I'm looking at your format, and I like some of the provision you have in there, like programs and et cetera, but your justice need assessment study. How that program work, what it consists of?
What, needs assessment?
Yeah.
Well, basically, needs assessment is going to be a matter of collecting lots and lots of information. It's the data about all of the people that are in your system. Their ages, their ethnic background, their offenses, their history of offenses. I mean, I could go on for a long time on that, right?
You could. It's going to consist of two primary areas of analysis. What Mike was sort of emphasizing was what we call the offender profile. That's where you look at, age, mental health, education level, offense histories, et cetera. So we get a picture of the range and types of offenders that we have. Then the other area of analysis is the numbers. How many are getting arrested? How many are getting booked? How long are they staying? What is the average daily population, et cetera? So the profile information, begins to give us information about what are the possible ways in which we can deal with our offender population. That gives us more I'll say the qualitative, you know. Do they, are they going to be good risks for a community-based supervision, for example? Have they got the ties to the community? Have they got a stable family situation? Have they got employment, et cetera? Those sort of things, you know, give us the basic information that will help us determine, you know, where that is. And the second set of information, you have to look at the trends that are occurring in your area as well as in the state and nationally to tease out. Jay, who I've worked with for a number of years, likes to say when he graduated from school, they didn't give him a crystal ball. But in some ways, we're still engaged in the crystal ball business, so we have to take these numerical trends and track them into the future to, you know, because when you do something, you want to, you know, make sure that it is viable for many years to come.
Now, that's a good direction, but my point is, I have seen the fruits of that in my community yet. I don't know how far you reached out, but to me, it haven't reached far enough to say, we have a program going to teach these youngsters not to be repeaters, not to end up in jail anymore. I don't see that. And that is my concern, that we are not doing enough. We know how to be a jail. I didn't just
Yes.
tell me how to build a jail.
Yep.
I know you all good at building jail. But my point is, a human being, and I hope you feel the same, we need to stop incarcerating people.
Let me give you an example of a program that's very successfully being used in Multnomah County, which is Portland, Oregon. Some of the people who are offenders are not the most organized people. You know, they come from environments in which the way the state of New York's Division of Youth refers to it is they don't need rehabilitation, they need habilitation in the first place.
They need working families.
They need working families. What Multnomah County does is they have an automated court reminder system to call people who have court dates and remind them, you know, by the way, tomorrow is your court date, show up. And you have more people showing up in court and not what's called a failure to appear, because if you're a failure to appear, then a warrant is issued and you get rearrested and there's more jail time involved. So, you know, that's just one example of a way in which you can serve the community in a way, and I understand some of the things you're saying go back even further in the process, and you know, we'll be looking at it. We have the resources to go back that far and provide input to that as well.
I got to tell you this. I agree with this entirely. The thing that I found out years and years ago, which is true then and it's true now, the one thing that determines is if a person's more likely to go to jail in the future is if he went to juvenile detention in the first place. If he never got to juvenile detention, he's far less likely to go to jail. So I agree with you. We've got to have ways to keep them out.
We've only got a couple minutes left.
I'll be through just a minute. Well, one day, my tenure here is getting short. I'm getting the age now where I won't be around. It's reality. And you don't live for so long. But I wish I could sit here and you all come back and see you had a formula where you can tell us how to keep our grandchildren and children from being incarcerated.
I keep working at it, but if I was better, I'd make a lot of money, I bet. I'd make a lot of money.
Now, we've been saying that for the last 50 years. We've been saying this. And now, You know, I hate to see we do sitting here another 50 years
Right.
and coming up with a jailhouse plan and no progress of keeping our young people out of jail. Thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Richards, final question.
Thinking back on your last 10 projects, can you tell us about any where you recommended to the jurisdiction that it shouldn't build a new jail?
You mean where we said, hey, you just haven't got enough people to make it happen? A lot of jurisdictions will say, hey, this is our one chance. This is our chance. We decided on a building project. This is the one chance to make it happen, and we want to make it happen. I have to tell you that I've never worked on a project where when they've called you in specifically for that purpose, that they don't follow through and do something. But we have had places where people were planning to do 100 beds and they only built 28 because we looked at all the other possibilities and they said, maybe if we just do a little bit and we try the other possibilities, then we can grow this place. Rather than build 100 beds right away, we'll build a little bit and see how it works. That's the most success I've had along the way.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. Placer County, California, I developed, well, the history was they were under a federal cap and were held at about 650 average daily population. And so if their population got within 10% of that, they had to begin kicking offenders out the door. So they had this matrix that they used, to decide which the least risk was that they would kick out the door. But basically, they had to just work down the list after they had assessed everybody and, release that number of people, regardless of the risk. Well, obviously taking the least risky, but still, sometimes, some days there'd be higher risks released or not. As we looked at so I had to build a model for predicting the development of a system without historical data, because their historical data was flat for 15 years. I initially built a model that said, okay, now if we get rid of all these release mechanisms, if we get rid of these federal cap release mechanisms, here's how much your population is going to grow. Actually, that was one of my slides. But we'll move.
Too late.
Too late, okay. But we also looked at the capacity for other release programs in that jurisdiction, and I built a model around making the maximum use of those.
So what was the result?
The result was that if they fully implemented the program of alternative programs, they would not need to build any jail capacity immediately. They implemented those programs and found that it more than controlled the excess population. So here was a case where they, although they were skeptical at first, they found that they did not need to build more jail space by implementing those programs.
It's a tough sell. It's a very tough sell, but it's possible.
Okay, gentlemen, we've run out of time. Thank you very much.
I appreciate the chance to be here.
Thank you.
Yes. Maybe you should get a sweatshirt concession. I saw you with a sweater on earlier, and I thought you were overdressed.
Yeah, for me, yeah. But it's very light.
Somehow. No, I would go with it.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, I love stores.
You already kind of like keel over at the point.
You're on relative.
Me and my.
It's theirs.
Okay.
Did you actually load it on?
It just stayed out.
Yeah, she is. She's one of the 15.
Oh, not too far.
Yeah, she's still freshman.
We'll fit you. Fair
I have one spreadsheet. I have a code in the car. Get my And how many dogs?
No, they don't think the hair is too cold for them.
3 p.m. to 6 p.m. You don't get them. I know. I can tell. All right, here we go. So if we had to go first today.
What? Sure. There you go. Keep everybody awake.
It's a pressure. I didn't feel that.
Well, yeah, just keep you away.
I'm easy.
Does that
Okay.
I got some chocolate.
Here, just wait the bag, we'll let your way.
I brought my own. Oh, okay. I got a dust
In case your sugar level's going down a little bit?
It's getting there, that's all right.
I don't think so. If it is, it's the cheapest bribe you ever got. Oh, okay.
They are good.
Except for we
We didn't like it.
one time.
Thank goodness. Really take our commitment seriously.
Also, update the baseball scores.
All set?
Whatever.
You ready, Mr. Kimmy? Okay, our next presentation is by Kimmy and Associates. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sit, get picked up, correct? Yeah, okay.
Horrible mic.
Oops. Here we go.
You want the hand?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Turn it on. On the bottom.
That's okay, I'll just work with you. I'll work with this. I'll get it on record.
I'll go for it here, that's okay. Our technical help's not working over there, so we need to keep going on. Well, thank you very much for having us here. My name is Dennis Kimmy. I'm president of Kimmy & Associates, and our firm started in 1980 in Champaign, which, as it turns out, is the same year the downtown jail opened up. So I was actually there at the opening of the facility, and I think after all these years I kind of feel a kinship for the place, and it's interesting that we're still asking questions about that facility. Our office is located at 510 South Staley Road in Champaign. Some of you might remember it as the old Chief Heating and Plumbing building over there. So we moved in after they vacated that. We used to be on South Neal Street, 1 block south of JBJ's, if you all remember that place. I kind of miss it. It was a great source for Christmas presents for many years for me, just walking down the street. But you know, even though we've been here for 32 years, you know, I realize that not a lot of people know of us. And, you know, I actually talked to one of my county board representatives and talked to him about what we do, and he was surprised to say he didn't know of us and the fact that we had that kind of specialized background in this field. And as I thought about it, it's really because we don't have that many jails in Champaign County, and you don't have that many jail studies. So actually, we go lots of other places doing our work. We have a nationwide practice. You know, we're very accustomed to getting on airplanes and getting in cars and going long distances to communities with which we have no kinship. So it's really nice, I can say on my part, to be in front of my own county board and get a chance to present to you here. And also, it's very convenient. No airplanes, no hotels. It's very, very nice. I appreciate that. So thank you very much for having us here tonight. A couple of housekeeping items as we go forward. Since the time is short and it's late at night, we made kind of an executive decision. For the first part of the presentation, I'm going to do all the speaking so that we don't have to take time handing off and doing transitions between people. But everybody over here is eager to answer questions, so we hope they get a chance to jump in and be part of this at some point. But it is late. I don't know what my speaking effect is on you guys, so if any of you guys are going to have an energy shortage, we've come prepared. We brought a bottle of 5-Hour Energy, if anybody needs a shot. We also brought a power bar, and I bought it because it guaranteed that there's long-lasting energy. Although I know I only got 50 minutes, but if you really need something, there's an emergency, come on up and we'll take care of you. Chuck, also, I was talking to Chuck Riefsteck earlier, and we realized that there's probably a lot of sport fans out there, so Chuck promised to give a baseball update.
Update, yes. The Cardinals are ahead 5-2. The Cubs are now tied 3-3, and the White Sox are ahead 2-0.
Okay. Very good. I feel better about some of that. We have copies of the presentation, and Deb's got them, and she'll hand them out after the presentation, so you can see we have. I've also given her a disc that has the PDF version of the presentation and also our proposals. So if you want to follow up and look at the two or compare them, you go ahead. All of the slides that we have in our PowerPoint, there's a number in the upper right corner, and there'll also be on a lot of them a number in the lower left corner. And that's for identification. So as we're going through these, if a question pops up, please write down the slide number, and then we can call that back up later and answer to your question. We have a lot to cover. For those who had a chance to see our proposal, there was a lot that we wrote in response to your request because there was a lot of things that you asked us to do. We clearly cannot go over all of that right now. So what we're really doing, we kind of selected highlights of a lot of the proposal. But for the things that we don't answer in the presentation, again, please feel free to ask us in your questions. Okay. Now, the way we've organized our presentation, we've sectioned it off to match the criteria by which you're evaluating us. So hopefully that'll make it easier for you to fulfill that part of your responsibilities. But we kind of modified the order. And so that's because it did flow differently, and I think from our point of view in terms of how we wanted to present. But we have transition slides that identify the criteria for you, so hopefully you can track it that way better. All right, just to start, our basic message to you as a county board and to a community is this. We have the right people in front of you here, and also some not here, and the right experience to successfully conduct the study. We will produce a study that you can use, won't be a shelf study, and it'll be a study from which you can make decisions about these buildings and programs. The results will be objective and fact-based and be generated through a collaborative effort with the county board, the practitioners, and the Community Justice Task Force, and all other parties that are interested in the project. Both during and after the study, we will be here to be local advocates for implementing our jointly proposed solutions. Because again, we don't want to be about shelf studies, we actually want to solve problems and get things done. The qualifications of our project team, one of your criteria. To begin with, Kim and Associates, again, we're from Champaign. We've had 110 criminal justice projects nationwide since we began the practice in 1980. Of those projects, jails, about 90 projects, law enforcement, 45 projects, and that's what you're principally interested in tonight. We've had courts projects, juvenile projects, and community corrections projects. Most of these, at one level or another, involve needs assessment tasks, much like we're talking about tonight. Now, in terms of the range of things we've done, we've worked in urban communities, rural communities, in Indian country projects. We've even done some foreign work, most recently for the Republic of Panama. In terms of the kind of projects we've dealt with when it came to the facility side of the equation, if that was necessary, we've dealt with renovation, expansion, and new projects. We've worked on downtown tight sites and big open sites of 500 acres and more. So we've got a complete range. We provide, and this is important from our point of view in terms of actually doing a good job on projects, we provide a comprehensive range of services. We're not just pre-designed planners, or we're not just architects. We cover the whole spectrum, starting with criminal justice system studies, to space programs, to facility designs, to security system design, and even including operational transition to help people actually get into their new facilities and set up their policies and procedures. My practice actually started, it has its roots, actually from the University of Illinois, here on Urbana-Champaign campus, with a group at the Department of Architecture in the 1970s called the National Clearinghouse for Criminal Justice Planning and Architecture. And I want you to remember that. There'll be a test on that one. I don't think there was a person in the nation who could remember that name, so we just simply went by NCCJPA. But the real key to that agency was, it was about the idea of doing advanced practices in criminal justice planning, starting with corrections, and adhered to what we called a total systems planning model. And really the idea of that total systems planning model, which was revolutionary to me as a young architect, was that when you talked about something like a jail, you realized the jail as a building was not to be the focus. It wasn't the thing in and of itself. That you learned to understand that the jail functioned in a system, and that jail was really a tool that allowed the practitioners in the community to implement the policies and the practices that they felt were appropriate for their community. So that was an important thing, and we tried to model our practice after that, which is why we have the comprehensive services. And Bob Dykman, on my far right, by the way, who's worked with me for 30 years and also was at the clearinghouse, we've learned to develop multidisciplinary skills beyond just that of designing buildings as architects. We've learned to understand how the system works. We've learned to understand data issues. We've learned to understand programs, alternatives, and so forth. And having that broad understanding, I think, has been critical to doing successful projects for our clients. One of the other things that we've done that's been significant in our career that I think sort of indicates what I'd like to say is our status in the field is that we won the opportunity in national competition to do research on recently designed jails, write publications about it, the chief one of which was the Jail Design Guide. And we did this work for the National Institute of Corrections, which some of you may recall is the group that came out and talked to you some months ago. And then I think a cadre of you went out to Colorado for their training program. Well, the book that we wrote was called the Jail Design Guide, and it's probably been the most successful publication in their history and the most significant document about design and planning in the field. It's now in its 24th year and its 3rd edition. So it's been pretty successful production. Some of our other staff have also got into research and writing. The article on the right, or the item on the right, for example, was written by Dr. Terry Martin, who's a member of our team who can't be here tonight. Terry wrote a piece, in one example there, Gender Responsive Strategies for Women Offenders, which is a series for the National Institute of Corrections. Gary Bowker, who can't be here tonight, has written a book called the Jail Resources Manual that helps local counties learn how to budget and plan for the resources for jail facilities. Okay. Now, not only do you have this nationwide experience, but we have considerable experience within the state of Illinois. So we know the state standards agencies, we know the processes that it takes to actually get building projects solved if we get to that point. We've worked in quite a few counties, as you can see on the left. And what the notation is what means a comma there is that in Bureau County, as an example, we did a project that was a jail and sheriff's facility project, much like this is. The ones that are in light blue and underscored are projects where the planning actually resulted into a built and designed facility. In Champaign County on the right, we have a history here as well, not only ourselves, but the team. And I will point out that every member of the team here has experience with jail facilities, whether they're architects, engineers, or planners like ourselves. Now, some of you who go back a ways may remember back in 1992, we did something called the Justice Facilities Evaluation and Long-Term Needs Report, which dealt principally with jail and courts issues at that time. In 1993, we did a jail facility needs and option assessment study, which in the end was kind of the precursor to what happened with the creation of the satellite. Engineering Resource Associates, John Fraunhofer, you all recall him. I was here in January at your workshop, and John presented to you about structural issues. John's on our team. GHR Engineering with Jim Gleason on my right, his firm. And by the way, Jake Wolf is representing John tonight, who is in Louisiana, I think, tonight, had a prior engagement in Louisiana. But they worked on a jail chiller replacement in 2010 for the jail and a jail water heater replacement in 2003 for the jail. And then multiple other county projects that didn't involve the jail. Okay. Our planning team then, with myself as the lead, and again, I've been at this 32 years, 39, if you count my time at the University of Illinois. I did start when I was 12, so that it's not as bad as it may sound. But my role in this is really to be your lead planner. I'm going to coordinate all the reports. I'm going to be your lead presenter, unless you want somebody else. But if you choose us, at least the proposal is that I be your lead presenter. And I will be involved in every phase of the project. Dr. Terry Martin from Law and Policy Associates is going to be my co-leader. Terry is actually got her PhD in public policy from the University of Illinois, Chicago. Has been very heavily involved in focusing her practice on alternatives to incarceration, on developing committee and community processes that kind of bring people together to reach consensus and agree to policy changes within a community. She also has special focuses on gender issues, especially women's issues in jail and how women are dealt with in jail, which I know is a key issue here, which is one of the reasons I wanted Terry on this project. She's also specialized a lot in the development of mental health and drug courts. Now, I know we have those things going here, but there may be some points of focus that she can help on with the drug and the mental health courts. Bob Dykeman, who I already introduced, one of my cohorts for a very long time, another Champaign resident here with me. Bob worked at the Clearinghouse, and when he started there, he was a law enforcement specialist and worked on providing technical assistance to 95 different jurisdictions across the country. And then almost all of those 45 law enforcement projects I cited for Kimmy & Associates, Bob's been a key actor in that as well. Bob also has great skills in jail planning and some hardball technical stuff like the security systems. And I remember going through your jail, Sheriff, and it looked to me like that's definitely an issue of focus if we're looking at as a long-term facility, is how those security systems are going to work and survive over time. Bob has a lot to add there. Another key guy I thought was important for the project was Gary Bowker. Gary's another longtime associate of ours. Gary's a former police officer and probation officer and was actually the first technical assistance manager for the National Institute of Corrections. Gary's focus is on jail operations and particularly on staffing and staffing efficiencies and how you set up staffing for facilities, and has really esoteric specialties like suicide prevention and strip search policy and the legality of all that sort of thing. But he's a very, very knowledgeable guy, especially on the operational side, and that is an absolutely key part of any jail plan, is understanding the operations. Jim Gleason, also from Champaign here, mechanical engineer. As I mentioned, that his firms had a lot of things to do with issues at the jail. John Frauenhofer, again represented tonight by Jake Wolf, who, like I said, was in front of you before, and you know him as a structural engineer. I'm sorry, I skipped too quickly. Now, this also serves as kind of an organizational structure. And the project has basically been issued by the, jointly, as it looked to us at least, by the county and the sheriff's office. And again, we have a very key player, which I think is going to play a very interesting role in the project, and we look forward to working with, which is the Community Justice Task Force. I think there's a lot of issues they've already done. I've already been online checking their minutes, and they've done some really neat things already, starting to inventory community services as they exist and programs that are in the community. And so I think it's going to be very interesting to have them as a resource to talk with and bounce ideas off as we move along. One of the key categories was unique approach to the project. One, as I'd say, is we have a planning approach that we've perfected even from the Clearinghouse days and over the last 32 years that does adopt that total systems model that tries to integrate every aspect of a system and finally coming up with what the answer is as far as facilities are concerned. I won't bore you by going through all of the steps, but let me characterize the philosophy behind it a little bit. First, it's the idea that the criminal justice system, jail operations, how you staff and manage facilities really determine if space is needed, and if so, what kind of space is needed. Again, we see the jail merely as a tool that facilitates the operation of the system and also the jail operation itself, with the priority always being on safety and security as far as the jail facilities are concerned. A critical part of this process, and I think really should be of all planning processes, stakeholder and public support and understanding. You want to have, I think even if we don't have to go to tax votes, it's been in my experience, it's best to communicate widely with the public and involve the public in the process because we want their support. It's their tax dollars that are going into these facilities. To do this right, a collaborative process then is the best one. It should not be an expert-driven process. And we have clients who just expect us to roll in and give them all the answers, and they don't want to expend any effort. We actually expect you to expend some effort with us on this so that we achieve what I call a blend of client knowledge, which is very detailed, particularly about your system and your facility, and the broad expertise that we bring to projects. The process to work well has to be step by step. In other words, we're going to produce a lot of interim products for review and then move on from there. And that is, the value of that is it allows for mid-course corrections. So if we draw a particular conclusion at a different point in time, but you don't agree with it, it allows us to change direction and adopt a process or approach that works for the community. And that, I think, is one of the key ways you avoid the shelf study that I mentioned. A lot of studies are done by the expert, handed to you at the end, and if you disagree with an early part of the study, then the whole thing is shot. So we want to have a step-by-step process. And then lastly, kind of that continuity and expertise that I mentioned is important to make all of this come together, to have people who understand the whole process and all of its elements front to back to bring it to fruition. Okay. Communication engagement, I'd like to think this is a unique part of our approach. Number one, again, and you can certainly change your mind about this, but I would propose to be the project leader and the project spokesperson. I've developed throughout the years multidisciplinary skills. I am going to work actively in all of the areas and will be able to speak to all of the areas of the study on behalf of the county with the public. We will be, really because we're here, we're going to be a readily available advocate for the project. We're just minutes away, literally, virtually everybody you see in front of you, for committee and board meetings and briefings, media interviews, newspaper, radio, television, and other public engagement that you'd like us to participate in, whether it's going to speak to service clubs on behalf of the effort, having public forums, which I've participated in many, and I've participated in angry public forums, you know, where I wasn't sure I really wanted to be there, but it's part of the job. Although I will tell you, and I don't know that we have this problem here, usually people get angriest about site location. So when I've been at angry forums, the chief anger is over that they don't want the building where we're talking about putting the building. Again, the intraports will build upon those, and it gives you multiple opportunities for output and input, and I guess the goal is to not have any surprises by the time you're done. I think another aspect too, should we get to the point where, for whatever reason, we want to engage in the development of new facilities, I think it's of great value to get the sheriff's staff, who are experts in their own jail, but I would be willing to bet rarely get to see other jails, to get out and see other facilities and see how they've approached different problems, whether it's female offenders, special needs housing programs, or whatever. And to that extent, as you saw on that list in Illinois, we have a lot of local facilities. We know the people there, obviously. We have the floor plans. We can break them down and talk to people why different things were done in those facilities, and I think that's a unique advantage. Now, one of the things when we looked at the RFP originally, it talked about 9 service areas, but the predicate to that was a phrase that said the scope of the work will include but not be limited to. So, you know, generally in the consulting world, you know, particularly if you're a cost competition, the rule of thumb is you just respond exactly to what the client says and then later bring in other things that you want to talk about. We decided to kind of put our cards on the table. There's a variety of other things that we'd recommend that we do. And I will say our cost proposal and ours are predicated on doing these additional things. Number one, especially after having been to the workshop in January and followed this in the press for quite a long time, I know the sheriff on his website has a really nice succinct mission statement about internally how the jail operates and what their goals are. But we thought that maybe it would be worth some effort to develop a system-wide mission statement. In other words, how the criminal justice system sees the jail fitting into the whole system. And I think there might be it might be good to coalesce around a common definition, and certainly a common definition would guide the work that we're going to do. It requested in the proposal one set of projections. We'd recommend that we do 2 sets of projections, not only of the average daily population and elements of the average daily population, but of facility concepts and costs related to them. Doing what I would refer to as a base set and a modified set, with the modified set being modified for criminal justice system changes that we come up, whether they be alternatives to incarceration, case processing ideas, or whatever. And within that, I think it's important to evaluate, again, the staffing, because staffing contributes a lot, in my experience, to decisions about facilities. And we should be looking for efficiencies by tackling the staffing question. I think it's important, too, not only to give written and narrative judgments, which is kind of how we interpreted the service in the RFP about the existing facilities, but I think it's important that we assign costs to doing different things. Many decisions that we make, certainly at the county board level, are driven by costs, and I think we want to have a good handle on what it costs to fix the building if fixes are required. And then lastly, the RFP was nice in only asking basically for construction costs, but not a lot of other costs aside from that. But again, in order to make these contrasts work, and I think really to inform the decision making that we would do, I would suggest that we're doing 2 sets of life cycle costs, which cover the issues of operational costs, staffing costs, facility costs, and even system change costs. So we can basically contrast 2 futures, which I think will help make the decisions, particularly when we put them in economic terms. Okay. Now, in that regard, I think one of the unique things we've developed, and I've not really seen this, of course I didn't see the other presentations, but I haven't seen this really from other consultants when I've seen their studies. Because our expertise starts with the operations but spans all the way into facilities, we've developed a set of unique integrated cost estimating tools that allow us to take space estimates, take staff estimates, turn the space into construction cost estimates and then into finance costs, in other words, annual expenses based on an interest rate and a duration, take the staffing costs at both the opening of a facility and when we expect it to be full, turn that into life cycle operational costs, and then link it all together with a total life cycle that also has features in it for things like bed rental. We have a lot of clients, in order to offset the costs of additional facilities and or staffing, actually look at bed renting strategies, because if you plan additional beds at some point, if that's part of the process, you should, at the early part of the life of the building, have surplus beds. We have a lot of clients that help offset their costs, so we have features in that cost estimating package that look at bed rentals. I think our approach also may be unique in a way, but I think we start out with an attitude that says, is new construction necessary? And the process really starts with the work in the arena of the alternatives to incarceration and the case processing, and gets us to the point of asking, potentially determining that additional beds or new construction might be unnecessary, even when we look at things at a long term. And we recommend in all of us that we look at long term, not just today, but we take a long-term look at things. However, again, kind of knowing a little bit about the existing jail and having listened to what transpired at the workshop and what issues are out there, and looking at having read the NIC report, even if we don't need additional beds, we may need to have facility responses. And they may be needed because, number one, we may conclude, as NIC did, that we have inadequate space. And I heard some of the county board members in January kind of speak passionately about their concerns about the female offender space, as an example. Space for special needs inmates, program support. We may have inefficient space. Again, part of the value of the staffing evaluation is to see if the design really makes the facilities inefficient, creates blind spots, makes things hard to manage, hard to move, things like that. And we also may find high utilities costs relative to what might otherwise be out there. We may also want to do something facility-wise because of worn-out space. You know, it's a 32-year-old building. Now, 32 years old is long, and it may not seem long, say, for an office building or like the Brookings Administrative Center here, but for a 24/7 operation with people who don't want to be there, there's a real wear and tear factor on jail facilities. So we may have deterioration issues. I think we possibly have outdated security systems, or maybe just raw damage that we need to address. And then again, your RFP service number 9 might be overlooked because the focus has been the jail, but sheriff space. And again, Sheriff may comment on this, but, while we've talked about the jail for 30 years, and at least I talked to the News Gazette as far as I'm concerned, I don't think I've heard much about sheriff space over those 30 years. And to my knowledge, they essentially have about the same amount of square footage they had when they began 32 years ago. So this may be an area, we may wind up not doing anything with the jail, but we may need to do something about sheriff space for the long term. So we kind of look at it this way then, the range of facility responses, I think we need to take the right approach. And I think our attitude is we seek the least expensive, least restrictive option that is also responsive to and best needs long-term county needs. That's kind of our mission statement about facilities, I guess. And we kind of look at things in this order. And, this is the jail's applicable column, and this is the sheriff facility applicable column. Number one, we start out with the proposition, is it reasonable to do nothing? The second proposition is, should we just be doing repairs, maintenance, and system upgrades? 3, should we remodel internally to address specific issues like the female offender, like special needs, like support space? 4th, should we close the downtown jail? And should we build an addition at the satellite? Now, these first 4 options in our minds all potentially include the jail and the sheriff, but there's a couple of other ones that dawned on us potentially for the sheriff's operation. One is if potentially the jail part goes to the satellite, but the other question is expanding then into the vacated space to some degree to accommodate long-term sheriff's needs. And then the 6th option, I don't know if anybody's talked about this, and we can certainly alter any of these or add to these, is do you build an independent facility? We have a lot of counties, and when they start getting to a certain size jail, you can see a staffing breakdown where it makes sense breaking apart the sheriff's facility and the jail if it makes sense in terms of architecture and costs. Our proposed approach for service needs assessment. These are your RFP services 1, 2, 5, and 6 for anybody who's counting. The biggest issue is really the question of managing the jail population, and this is where Dr. Terry Martin will play a pivotal role, and I'll be working closely with Terry on this. Probably the first thing is, the basic ways to manage a jail population. Number one is alternatives to incarceration, and actually the county has done some pretty impressive things about that. Most recent, electronic monitoring, felony diversion, mental health court. In fact, in the paper here, we had, I like this great headline, The Second Chance. So that's really a neat program, and it's neat to know that that's happening. That's pretty good. And also, you can see on the chart up on the upper right there, I don't know if you can catch this, we have a lot of data from you from the past study. Then we have a gap of data in our records, and then we have data on you over the last several years. And it's been kind of interesting that back in 1980, when the jail opened, your average population was 65. We had hit about 260 as an ADP around 2006, and then we've dropped to 2007. I think the principal effect coming from the electronic monitoring program. But I was looking back at my file. I've actually been keeping a file on you guys over all these years, and I found this January 10, 1999, county jail overcrowded again. Now, the only good news about that is when I looked at the numbers that they were accounting for here, the jail population was running as high as 320 for 1 month back in 1995. So I guess in a way, we may not like that we have 207, or we had 207 partway through 2011, but that's a whole lot less than 100. So I think to that extent, county officials should be complimented on the efforts they've already made, because you've literally knocked 100 average daily population off of where you were 17 years ago. And that's quite a statement, I think, and particularly in a growing community like ours. Also, the case processing efficiencies, and I'll tell you that a lot of the recent system studies we've done, and I certainly can't assume anything here, but that's really where more of the action has been in terms of affecting the jail population than the alternatives themselves. And then lastly, there's community and in-facility programs and services, including reentry, which is a topic that's often missed by a lot of people. But if we have people doing long stays in the jail, the question is, should we be doing something to help them enter into the community? One of the things we want to do clearly is to inventory and understand existing alternatives and programs. That'll, again, certainly be a feature of Terry's efforts. And here again, the Community Justice Task Force, which we're already calling CJTF, has already started to do some interesting work inventorying that, and that'll help us because that's work we don't have to do that we were expecting to do. So I know you want a discount, and we'll work on that, should we be selected. I think, key part two is as we look at the full spectrum, to identify gaps in service. And certainly, your RFP issue number one, and a lot of discussion in January was about disparities in detention, which we need to look into. And then an interesting point that was made too was looking into what the effects of law are. And I can tell you in a lot of jurisdictions we've worked with, law changes have probably affected more things than anything. Principally in terms of things like felonizing misdemeanor offenses, creating mandatory sentences where there were none before. So law has a great effect on what's happened to jails. And in the sheriff's defense, I always like this. This is not original with me, but I got it from NIC. The way to think about the jail, and you may have got this when you were there in Colorado, is you have to think of the jail as a bathtub. The sheriff runs that bathtub, but what he doesn't do is control either the faucet or the drain. There's a lot of other things that affect what happens with the jail than what the sheriff can control. We want to do practitioner interviews, and that's really critical, to actually get together with the people that make the policy and practice decisions about who goes in jail and why, when they get out and why. And we want to be able to interview them, get ideas from them, talk about ideas with them, review options, and if we come up with ideas and programs to establish the criteria of the kinds of inmates that might apply for these various and sundry programs. And the practitioner, by that I mean judges, state's attorney, public defender, law enforcement personnel, court services, and actually community service providers. And then the real key, I think, at the end is we want to have data to measure the impacts of what I would call acceptable change. We want to reach consensus on change, because it doesn't do me any good or Terry any good to write you recommendations without knowing that these are things that the practitioners can accept and work with. That's the key part of it. We could write all the things that we want, but unless it's acceptable to the practitioners, it won't mean anything. Now, key to all of that work is data. Really need to get good data. We need to know who is in the jail, why they're there, and for how long. And that's where we want to know a lot of details. And in our proposal, you'll see, I think it's on page 13, we have a list of about 48 data points as a starting set that we want to get about individual inmates within the jail if we can. Deal with things like the charge, the reason that they're in there, their race, ethnicity. Criminal history is important because we know that goes into decisions by state's attorneys and also by the courts in terms of whether somebody's detained on a pretrial basis or sentenced. It's not just their current charge, it's their history. We want another history of court compliance. Are they probation violators? Have they failed to appear when ordered to appear? Those are all the elements that go into decisions of why people are in jail. And we need to know what we call ALOS, or average length of stay, is critical. And you might know, we have had experience, by the way, the question about racial disparity. I don't know whether you can see it very well, but this is a table where we had a project. We actually did and this is a key part of it, is to get current historical data. We did a comparison snapshot from the year 2005 and 2010 in this jurisdiction to try to track changes in the population. In other words, not deal with it statically. And one of the things we found was a significant surge in the African American population in the jail. They had good data sets, and so we were actually able to go in and find out a lot more about the backgrounds of the individual defendants by race and try to begin to understand what was happening and what could be done about it. And you might relate to this, but in that particular community, 21% of the jail population was African American, but only 1.8% of the county population. So I know the issue that you were talking about here, we see in a lot of statistics all throughout the country. What we really want to do then, to actually make this have impact, is to be able to measure the average daily population impact of alternatives. That's why all that data is key, because we want to be able to go back in the data and say we have idea one as an alternative incarceration, and that idea affects or applies to the following kinds of inmates. And if you look at this little piece here, again, I don't know if you can see, it's pretty small, but I'll explain it. It's a cross-tabulation of data we did because the county wanted to find out how many people in their jail might be eligible for their new electronic monitoring GPS program. And so we said, okay, what criteria would you apply, just basically, so we could get a handle on it? And they said, well, our idea, number one, is that they're sentenced inmates with a nonviolent charge, and they're, in this case, Winnebago County residents. And in Wisconsin, which is where this is from, the sheriff also has a decision-making role in who goes on these kinds of programs, and so he had a risk assessment tool. So we got data on the risk assessment for the different inmates, and we were able to find out, for example, that to begin with, 58% of all sentenced inmates, which in their terms was 79 average daily population, and they were running about 350, actually would be eligible, at least on the basic set of criteria. But then we broke it down by those subgroups, so as the sheriff decided what levels of risk he was comfortable with, because he had to manage people out in the field, we could actually begin to pin down more specifically what we thought was the relative range of people that would apply in this case. And then lastly, I think one thing that's very valuable are comparisons. To the extent we can get the data, it's always good to know where we sit relative to other jurisdictions. So to get comparisons on basic things like incarceration rates, arrest rates, case filing rates for criminal cases, things like that. And I know back in 1993 when we did the study, actually the information we got about incarceration rates, Champaign County compared to Sangamon County and McLean County, Peoria County, other counties that were central Illinois, was actually pretty definitive in giving us a sense of where we were. And in fact, at that time, our incarceration rate was lower than those other central Illinois counties. We've been finishing a study in DeKalb County, Illinois, and we actually compared Champaign County to them because we compared them to their neighboring counties, but they wanted peer counties, and since we were a university town, we compared them. And of the counties we had, you might take some solace in knowing that our incarceration rate was 11.2 per 10,000 people, which was lower than any of the other counties we compared, and is less than half the national rate, which as of last year was 24.2 inmates per 10,000 county population. Projections of future population are important. Trends in 5-year increments. We want to not only project average daily population, but arrest rates, booking rates to see if the trends coincide or whether they diverge greatly, and if so, why. When we do the average daily population, we want to do the total population. That's usually the easiest to get the number, but if possible, we want to do subgroups, such as male, female, pretrial sentenced, and particularly if the sheriff's got the data, different classifications of inmate, because we actually separate them in housing by classifications, risk level, behavior, status, things of that nature. How am I doing on time, by the way, Mr. Chairman? Okay, very good. But bottom line is that what we want to do is get to what I would call comparative futures. You know, a future based on a base projected set of data and a set of data modified for changes in criminal justice practice. This is examples from Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, Charlotte, about 1 million people. We were projecting a bed need of 7,287 beds for them. Went to work with them on alternatives, and particularly in case processing changes, the things that they agreed to, we calculated would knock 1,000 beds off their projected need. This is one of the fastest growing areas in the country. And the significance of that, well, this is the bottom line life cycle cost summary between their base future and their modified future. We found even in the first year there was a $20 million difference in what we expected to spend on financing capital costs for new construction and paying for the additional staffing. And the bottom line, after 20 years, the life cycle cost calculation was that they'd be able to avoid $750 million if they went the modified route. Now, the power of that number, which is why we think this is a good course to follow, is that there were costs to some of the system changes. In fact, the cost in their community was about $2 million a year. Now, if we had just told them, you know, make these changes and spend $2 million a year, the conversation might have stopped right there. But when we put it in the context of that kind of savings, the county, in fact, went ahead and authorized the expenditures and has moved forward on those changes. Okay. Jail staffing analysis. The reason it's important, each unnecessary 24-hour, 7-day post generally represents about 5 full-time equivalent staff. And moving a little bit more quickly, if you can save up to 2 posts in your future over a 20-year life cycle at that inflation rate, that's about $14.8 million saved. That's why looking at staff is important. Gary Bowker, who is excellent at this, we want Gary to evaluate the basic staff efficiency of the downtown and the satellite jail facilities, and then of any recommended facility options that we come up with. Proposed approach for space assessments. Facility fitness is critical, again. And one of the reasons why, and I'm going to try to move a little more quickly here, is potentially a key factor in facility decision making. 2 examples in Illinois, our project in LaSalle County back in 1998, engineers assessed their 52-bed jail as requiring $900,000 in improvements. And that totally changed the course in the nature of the way that we use that space. More significant, in Bureau County, Illinois, engineering team estimated $2.4 million just to bring the facility up to snuff. That's $2,007 for what was only a 34-bed jail. That moved them to change their position from adding to the jail to abandoning the jail facility. So it's potentially very significant. Key guys in this analysis will be Chuck Riefsteck, architecturally, Jim Gleason, mechanical engineering, John Fraunhofer, and Jake Wolf on the structural side to the extent that we need to look at those aspects. Sheriff's space, again, don't want to forget the sheriff's space, that's important. The key issues as far as sheriff's space is we will also do projections, but generally of workload for sheriff. We're going to want to zero in on any changes in function and responsibilities that we anticipate for the sheriff's office. Understand its organizational structure, because many times law enforcement organizational structures get thrown off by space availability and where it is, and they modify their structure to meet their space rather than the other way around. So we'll do long-term space need projections per component. Components like evidence, which you specifically asked about in the RFP, patrol, investigations, administration, staff support, impound, and so forth. And I think one of the things we really want to ask, particularly when we talk about the options I showed you before, is really what is the linkage to the jail of the sheriff's office in terms of management. In many operations, the sheriff provides backup security to the jail. And there's also the issue of shared functions and the economies that come with that of sharing locker, training, administrative space, and so forth. And then Bob Dykeman will be a key guy in helping us with that analysis. Then we'll do estimates of space needs, should we get there, should that be required. We'll also do little concept studies, because that'll help us pin down more accurately the space and whether or not things work at a given location. And then we'll work on construction and project cost estimates, and depending on where we look at finances, a phasing plan if necessary. Relevant project experience, needs assessment. Winnebago County, that's a copy of the study that we passed on to you. The net effect of that study, the interesting story behind this is we designed the jail, which opened in the year 2003. We had great support from the county board and the sheriff, but there was some reluctance to hire us for fear that in studying their system, we were just simply going to recommend more buildings because we had designed the other one. Well, in reality, we did a lot of work with them, and we found some opportunities that basically changed their base projection from a need of 675 beds by 2030 to 200 beds fewer, and allow them to be in a position to defer any construction or addition to that facility until the year 2021. Now, we still did a facility concept for them, because there was the chance they would not implement those changes, and they did want to know if that did not occur, how would we in fact, and would we address that? And they had specific needs, including things like special housing and female housing like you did, that they wanted to address through additional construction. Pinellas County, Florida, we did a master plan for them, and when we did it, they didn't want to do a system study until we finished the master plan and said you're going to have to spend $520 million on new facilities, at which point they said, well, what was that about the system study you had talked about earlier? And so we got involved with that, and one of the real things that we found in their area in particular, huge backload in processing of felony cases. Almost all of the growth in the average daily population was driven by increases in length of stay. The booking rates were virtually flat in that community. So we worked with the judiciary, worked with the prosecution and others to actually tackle how to go about getting rid of that backload, doing things like rocket dockets and other items. They actually put it into practice, and we found the key. They had 70% of their jail population was pretrial felons. The blue line shows you the totals in 2007 per month between January and August, ending up at 2,511 in August. By implementing the policies, the actual felony pretrial population dropped down to 2,069 a year later. 440 average daily population dropped through those system changes. They still had facility issues, and interestingly enough, when proposing, because they had a lot of growth anyway, in proposing a new concept, we also proposed that they eliminate facilities. They had a campus of about 12 buildings, most of which were high maintenance cost facilities and very inefficient staff-wise. In the master plan, we showed them by adding new beds and getting rid of some of those old, they actually could do a lot of it without changing the number of staff that they had, because we create much more staff-efficient facilities. Marathon County, Wisconsin. This is just an illustration in why comparisons are valuable. We actually compared all of their case disposition timeframes against all the other counties in the state and found they were among the highest across the board. They were unaware of that. Once they found that out, the judiciary in particular was very embarrassed about it. We went to work on a series of steps to change it, and within a year's time, the average daily population fell below capacity. They had been shipping 30 people out on average a day, fell below capacity, and to this day, they're still under capacity. Part of the master plan, though, was to show long-term how to add on, and that's what the diagram on the right shows.
Mr. Kim, you have about 15 minutes left. If you want to
A total?
questions.
Okay, let's just go to your questions. I apologize for that. Maybe we'll do that. I've just got a couple of examples, but there's a lot of examples in the book where we have studies that match exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, questions?
And feel free to get these guys involved.
Mr. J.
You kept referring to long-term. What's long-term for a jail?
Yeah, generally the minimum planning horizon we shoot for is 20 years. So right now, in your terms, we're thinking about the year about 2035. And then if you do phasing, many times what you're doing is you're hitting targets like 2025 needs as part of a phasing plan. But generally speaking, about 20.
Thank you.
Mr. Kurtz.
I know this may be small potatoes.
Microphone, please.
Sorry. I know this may be small potatoes, but I'm looking at your project budget, and you emphasize the fact that everybody lives here and that will be noticed, you know, they were right around the corner, yet your travel expenses are over $6,000.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
If you're bringing in people from California
No, let me explain. Yeah, Terry Martin is from Oregon, and Gary Bowker is from Colorado.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So they're going to charge us
we're all local.
$6,000 for
Yes.
launching an airport.
Yeah, whatever the number is there.
Mr. James.
I know I've worked with Jim on some issues before that we've had in the county, but I was just curious when I'm hearing this talk about some of the engineering aspects of it, and quote me if I'm wrong, but with a jail, there's not going to be much option for skylights and pretty windows, is there?
I'm going to defer to my architectural colleagues on punching skylights in an existing building. Do we know what the roof structure is?
I don't know.
More green concepts, because that's what, if we do a building. is there a possibility that it could be incorporated in there to save cost on lighting and stuff like that?
Absolutely. I would think any new construction, you'd certainly have the opportunity to do that. Any modifications to existing construction probably are going to be a little more problematic, but we value those things more these days than when that building was built.
Thank you.
Further questions? Mr. Carter?
First, I want to say hi, Jim. How you doing? Well, I have kind of a sad story on my district. I'm going to be honest with you. You know, they are my boss, the people that send me up here year after year, the people that paid me my little token salary, whatever, but anyway, they are not looking at new structure with that. I know you can see that they've been, taxpayers have been pretty kind to your company, and I know you appreciate that, and I've been been a friend of yours for all these years. We're over 40 now, isn't it? Close. Pretty close.
Giving away our secrets there.
But I'm sad to say that I can't promise you the bucks like we did in the past, because District 5 just not giving me any okay to say, well, we need some okay. They're trying to find a way how to deter the young people from going to jail. And it seems like we have a hard problem coming up with that. We get all kinds of studies, but we haven't come up with a study yet to tell us how to keep them out of jail. But I have one if they would listen at me, but they won't listen at me. Like I was saying earlier, when I was coming up, you had respect for your elders. And your parents were your boss. You didn't boss your parents in those days. You had respect not only at your neighborhood. And when I was raised up in Champaign, the policemen walked the beat. They didn't have cars. And we'd be playing football, and they start playing football with us out there in the street. So we knew everybody. But time has changed. Seems like we all strangers to it anymore, and that's bad. Was, you know, really bad. But when it come down to me, I don't want you to look sour at me. You might have to say no, but that's my position on new jail. I appreciate it.
Ms. Bergson?
Microphone.
Close to the microphone.
The youth detention center is almost empty. And where would that fit into your?
Yeah, so far it's not been a subject that was raised by the RFP, though I will say what you're experiencing there is happening all over the U.S. We're working up in, well, a variety of issues. We're working up in Ramsey County, Minnesota, St. Paul right now, and they have done so many things with community programs and alternatives that they probably cut their juvenile population by 80%. It's really something to see. But juveniles so far is not part of our purview.
But what about the facility? It's nearly empty. It's sitting there nearly empty.
Oh, I see, as possible opportunity. Yeah, I guess that could be a potential for some use, but I haven't looked at it, so I don't know. And of course, right now, I don't know what any of the answers will be, but that's a good suggestion. Yeah.
Mr. Kurtz?
Thank you. I noticed on your schedule something close to 9 months for this program, and you said you could reduce it by 1 to 2 months. So
Yeah.
we're talking about a 6 to 7 month minimum to a maximum of 9 months?
That's what I'm estimating for prior experience. And the real driver of the time is really the data collection, and we've really had varying experiences. We're not quite sure what's there and what it takes to get that, to do a definitive study. So that's a part of it. And also, it does take some time. If you're going to meet with all the practitioners, if you're going to look at options, you can consider different things. There's just a time element there to reach a point of consensus. And so it's the blue block up there that really drives everything. And then if we do, the proposal consistent with how we read your RFP of both the base and the modified approach, if you look at the red bars, the second set of red bars is making the adjustment, the modified space estimates based on what we find out of the blue bars work.
So the first 5 months or so to 6 months we'll get a preliminary first report, and then you might modify that report in those next 2 months.
Or add to that, report. Yeah, the way we've been structuring a lot of the reports is that we'll report on what we find in terms of the base projections and the base needs, and that'll be chapters of the report. And then we'll go into what we found about alternatives, case processing changes, and things like that, and then do another part of it that says, okay, if we do these things, here's the estimated impact, here's the modified space and cost that go with that. And if you see on the bottom there, we've got it might be a little too low with all the heads, there are a series of orange stars. What we kind of anticipate is we're going to have a regular flow of interim reports about various and sundry subjects. So we may report very early on the conditions of the jail. I mean, the engineers there's nothing that stops the engineers from getting in there right away and saying, here's what we find about the mechanicals, the electricals, the architectural fitness, the envelope, the roof, and so forth.
Do you plan to give us a report, what it looks like each month? Do you plan on any public hearings or public participation in the process at all? Other than
well, let's put it this way. I'm certainly open to it, would encourage it, and that's why I said I think one of the beauties of us, this group, me in particular, being here, is we'll likely talk about that with you and follow your lead on that, how you'd like us to proceed, but we're here to do those things.
Thank you.
Yep.
Schrader.
With the state and the fiscal position it's in, just happened, the governor closed a prison here, state prison here. State prisons are already overcrowded. Probably the counties are going to get jammed with backloads of those convicted to go to state prison. Is that going to be something, along with not so much incarceration, but other programs to deal with this added capacity we're going to have of those who won't be able to go on to state incarceration?
Yeah, well, I think you're onto something. That is, to me, a real concern because I've seen it play itself out in projects. And one category of offender, it plays itself out. And that Winnebago County example I went through pretty quickly there, that was one of the drivers of the growth in their population, is as the state prisons got crowded, what essentially was happening as a practical matter is the probation officers were under instructions, in essence, to not do revocation hearings very quickly. And when they did do revocation hearings, the time was accrued at the county jail and they were given credit time served. But it was served at the county's expense instead of at the state. And so that was what the biggest driver of the growth of their population was. Now, I'm not saying that would happen here, but it was fundamentally motivated by overcrowding at the state prisons that they couldn't handle. Another thing that I've seen this in about 3 states, and I don't know that there's legislation pending to this effect, although Illinois did something like this about 25 years ago, is when the states get overcrowded, they sometimes change the terms of who goes to county jail and who goes to states. Ohio did this, Oregon did this, and I'm trying to think of who else it was that did it. But Kansas did it. And the Kansas facility had overcrowded a 400-bed jail that we built, and we had to come back 5 years later and add 600 beds. What they did is they changed the definition and said that you used to be able to, hold just a misdemeanor sentence for a year in your jail. Now we're going to let you hold nonviolent felony offenders up to 2 years in your jail. So as the judges were making their decision, all of these people were finding their way into county jail as opposed to state prison, and it just really, really overburdened the county. So that's a pretty dramatic thing, though, to have legislation like that. You'll see it coming if it does happen, but that's one of the things that happens in other states when they get overcrowded at the state level.
Ms. Petrie?
Thank you. As I'm looking at your slide 6, where you list your Illinois experience, and in light blue, these are either designed or built facilities.
Right.
Talk about, just pick one of them, and talk about how you engaged the community in the conversation on the project. And I don't mean the stakeholders, and I don't mean the people who worked in the jails. I mean the community residents who will be paying for the jail.
Well, probably one of the best examples of that is actually DeKalb County, which actually we just finished the schematic design. So that's the one that's not built, for which I created the designed category. And the real issue with DeKalb that motivated the public engagement was the fact that we were going to have to close a street to keep the jail downtown and expand the jail facility. And so as soon as we recognized that, we actually went to the city of Sycamore and said, we've got this issue out here, and this probably needs to get out front with the public. And so we actually had a variety of public meetings Actually, one of the county board members led that, the one that was, whose district was most affected. And then, of course, we had a lot of public engagement as the part of the process of closing the street itself. So that one's fresh in my mind because we spent a lot of time in public engagement, really driven by expanding the building and closing a street to do so.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kohler.
Okay, I've got a question here. How would you measure why
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Look closer to the microphone.
Thank you.
How would you measure why there's a racial disparity in our justice system?
Well, again, it's going to go back to the data, and we can't necessarily define it to the nth degree, but the kind of things that we'll try to do is when we identify people by their race, what we're going to be interested in finding out not just what they're charged with today, but what kind of history do they have. Are they from this area? The kind of things that, like I said before, judges, prosecutors, and others use to make detention or incarceration decisions. And when we see those backgrounds and compare them between the groups, if, say, they're similar backgrounds, yet the one group is disparatively, is that a right word? Disparately represented, then we know there's a fundamental problem. If we find, differences in background that might substantiate why they're there, then you have a different issue and maybe you have your answer, and maybe the answer is not as bad as you fear. But it all goes back to getting good historical, documental data about individual inmates.
Would you be collecting some of that data using Champaign and Urbana Police Department?
Could. I mean, if you're getting into arrest rates, although I think, for us, the focus is the jail, who gets to the jail, and why they get to the jail. But certainly, seeing what, I don't know what kind of data they keep, but it's certainly a good source to find out if they keep arrest records along those lines and can indicate anything to us.
Yeah. Mr. Alex?
Going back to this, you're already
microphone.
Oh.
I noticed that in every line on the slide you say jail.
Right.
Can you speak to any projects that you've worked on in Illinois which were not specifically construction-directed projects, were more justice system analysis projects?
Well, actually, as it turns out, in Illinois, almost all of them were facility-directed. I mean, the RFPs that were written, what they were asking for was facility-directed, i.e. program. I know Will County, as an example, we've been trying to actually get them interested in doing a system study, because I don't know if I didn't get to that slide to tell you about that one, but we planned and designed that jail in 1987. If you're familiar with the term direct supervision, in terms it's a kind of a modern style of managing inmate populations. That was the first one of those in the Midwest. But we had about, when we opened the jail, they were at about 160. They filled the jail within about 4 or 5 years. Now, they're a fast-growing county. And we just did an addition where we added 572 beds to the 318-bed jail. And we asked before we did the program, do you want to do a system study and look at why this is happening? And the answer was basically no. Interestingly enough, we spent the money and built the facility, and just a couple of weeks ago, I get a call from the deputy chief of the sheriff's department that says, well, we're getting interested in doing a system study because our new addition's getting full. So we haven't done any on these particular counties, but we're actually trying to engage Will in actually doing that.
If I could ask a follow-up, could you speculate as to why that might be the case? I mean, it's somewhat dumbfounding to me that the counties will all happen to come to you and say, we want to address this in potentially the most capital-intensive, we have a problem, we want to address it in what's potentially the most capital-intensive manner that we can. You'd think that more counties would be approaching it the way that we are trying to approach it with this RFP, saying we have an issue. How would you recommend that we address that in a holistic manner?
You would think. Although, remember again, more often than not, I'm responding to an RFP, which means they've already made a decision before I get there. So, it's not usually, sometimes it's taking a chance when you actually interview on a project and say, oh, by the way, don't you want to be doing this too? And the answer generally is no. Why they don't, I'm not sure. I think if I had to speculate, I'd say a lot of counties just have a general comfort level that they're doing all right and they're making okay decisions. And things have been done the same way for a very long time, and they don't necessarily, and I don't know whether it's when they, judges go to judges conference or state's attorneys to state attorney conferences and they talk among themselves. They don't feel like they're doing anything different than anybody else. But I think it's just kind of momentum, and the status quo just keeps rolling. That would be my guess. But like I said, like in the Pinellas County example I gave you, once we told them $520 million for your new facilities, then the system study became very interesting.
I'd like to add to that, too. It's almost all of those, there's a couple of exceptions. When we initially got involved with it, they were in extremely old, out-of-date facilities. So doing a simple remodel, of an old stone building that had started out being the sheriff's residence wasn't really an alternative.
We have time for one more question? All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you all very much. Feel good, nobody needed the 5 hours.
Oh, did he? Oh, I thought you could do that later. Oh, all right.
No, I'm afraid to. I don't know how to react.
So who's
Okay, well, you want the county board members to fill out the scoring on your sheets, so we can collect those. In the meantime, move on to public participation. If you want to speak, please fill out one of these forms that are in the corner on the table there. We have one so far, so we'll start out with that. Mr. Jeremy Baumberger. Sit down here. No, sorry.
Just very briefly, I wanted to remind you all that one commonality in all of these presentations was just that they made sure to make it clear that the county board ultimately sets the priorities.
Excuse us, please.
It's okay, they can ignore it.
Is your microphone in?
It's on.
No.
It's on.
It was? Yeah.
Speak closer.
I don't think it is. I didn't turn it on. The light on. In any case, y'all set the priorities for these consultants regardless of who you hire. Y'all are on the hook for the kind of study they do and how they do it. So try to make good choices.
Is there any other public participation? So, Mr. Sell, please. And let's sit here and I'm going to put the microphones on.
Oh, great. I'll be brief. Thank you, Ken Selo. I wanted to just play off, I think, for me, what was one of the most pointed comments of the evening was this idea that jail expansion is probably the most capital-intensive way to attack a problem that needs some serious deliberations for alternatives that are more cost-effective. And I think that, for me, is probably the wisest approach. So I wanted to just emphasize that. In some level, there's no surprise, why there's these racial disparities as public housing is being demolished and public schools are being privatized. So there's a whole range, and the catch-all of this is this idea that we can, build jails. So we're living in difficult times that produce these sorts of issues. But I think the direction, and for me, the orientation was mentioned by the board member, that it's not smart to build or to approach this problem by insisting on the most capital-intensive way to solve a problem that could be get at more smarter ways. Thank you very much.
Any other public participation? See none, we're adjourned. Oh, sorry, no, we're not adjourned. Go ahead. Okay, I want you to sit here, the mic's not on, so sit right here.
You want me to sit?
Yeah, I won't bite.
Oh, and use this mic. Yeah, I'll be brief also. My name's Anna Kurhajek from Champaign. And after listening to all of the vendor proposals, I just wanted to add some thoughts about how my sense is that our goal is to find somebody who's going to give us a proposal about that's going to be an assessment. That's going to assess what our needs are and assess what our options are. Community members have come forward to you many times and talked about an interest in alternatives to incarceration, decarceration, and I guess my urge to the board is to think about somebody who will actually do an assessment and not develop a proposal for them to have a building and engineering project that they'll implement themselves later on. Thank you.
Final call for public participation. Deb, you want to collect them, correct? Okay, so before you leave, give your scorecards to Deb, and we're adjourned.